Every calm smile you see during the day hides a quiet storm no one talks about. The messages that never stop, the pressure to keep going, the invisible expectations sitting on your shoulders, and the thoughts that follow you even when everything around you is finally still. Not because life is too heavy, but because the mind was never trained to carry it lightly. We learned how to survive, but not how to stay steady. We learned how to respond, but not how to pause. To keep moving even when the mind is tired. To fix everything outside while everything inside keeps building quietly. And over time, that pressure doesn't explode. It lingers. It turns into stress, into anxiety, into a constant noise that never fully leaves. But there is another way to live, a quieter way, a stronger way, not by escaping life, but by seeing it clearly. There is a part of you that doesn't panic, that doesn't rush, that doesn't break under pressure. A part that observes instead of reacts, that understands instead of fears. And that part has always been there, waiting to be trained. The Stoics understood something most people miss. That stress is not the world. It's the way the mind holds the world. That anxiety is not the future. It's the imagination running without discipline. And that peace is not found by controlling everything, but by learning what not to carry. This is not about becoming emotionless. It's about becoming unshaken. Not about avoiding problems, but walking through them without losing yourself. Not about silence outside, but silence within. So tonight, or this morning, or wherever you are in your journey, this is your reset. A guide to steady the mind. A guide to release what was never yours to hold. A guide to move through life without the weight that's been slowing you down. Because once the mind becomes still, everything else begins to follow. And once that stillness begins to settle, something strange starts to reveal itself. The pressure that once felt so real begins to look different. Not smaller, not gone, but exposed. As if the mind is finally stepping back and asking a quiet question it never asked before. Was all of this ever truly urgent? Because beneath the noise, beneath the rush, beneath the constant feeling of, I have to handle this now, there is a hidden pattern most people never notice. A pattern that quietly fuels stress every single day. There is a tension that follows many people from morning to night. It sits in the chest when waking up. It rushes the mind during the day. It lingers in the background even during moments that should feel calm. It feels important. It feels necessary. It feels like something that cannot be ignored. But when slowed down and examined closely, it often has no real deadline at all. This is the illusion of urgency, and it is one of the most powerful sources of daily stress. Most pressure does not come from reality. It comes from the mind assigning importance where there is none, turning small tasks into emergencies, turning simple decisions into life-defining moments, turning time into an enemy instead of a space to move through. The mind creates a quiet story. If this is not handled immediately, something will go wrong. And that story feels real. It speeds up the heartbeat. It tightens the body. It pushes actions that are rushed, reactive, and often unnecessary. But pause for a moment and look closely. How many things truly needed to be done right now?
Not preferred, not expected, not assumed, but truly urgent.
Very few. The Stoics understood that urgency is often a disguise worn by fear. Not fear of the task itself, but fear of what might happen if it is delayed. Fear of judgment, fear of falling behind, fear of losing control. And so the mind begins to create imagined consequences. If I don't reply now, they will think I'm careless. If I don't fix this today, everything will collapse. If I don't move faster, I'm already too late. These thoughts feel like warnings, but they are not reality. They are projections, and the body reacts to them as if they are already true. This is how stress builds, not from what is happening, but from what the mind is predicting without evidence. The deeper problem is not the tasks, it is the relationship with time. Time becomes something to chase, something to beat, something that is always slipping away. And when time feels like an enemy, everything feels urgent. Even rest feels wrong. Even slowing down feels dangerous. Even small pauses feel like falling behind. But here is the truth most people never stop to consider. Rushing rarely creates clarity. It creates mistakes. Urgency does not improve thinking. It narrows it. When the mind is pressured, it does not see better. It sees less. It reacts instead of choosing. It moves instead of understanding. The Stoics trained themselves to question urgency before obeying it, not by ignoring responsibilities, but by asking a simple question. What actually happens if this waits? Not the imagined consequence, not the exaggerated fear, but the real outcome. Most of the time, nothing breaks, nothing collapses, nothing disappears. What disappears is the illusion, and in its place comes space. Space to think clearly, space to act intentionally, space to move at a pace that matches reality, not anxiety. There is also a hidden cost to constant urgency that many people overlook. It teaches the mind that everything is important. And when everything feels important, nothing is truly understood. Priorities become blurred, energy becomes scattered, the day becomes a series of reactions instead of deliberate choices. This is why even after completing many tasks, the mind still feels restless, still feels behind, still feels like something is missing. Because the problem was never the workload. It was the false pressure attached to it. Letting go of urgency does not mean becoming lazy or careless. It means becoming precise. It means knowing the difference between what needs action now and what only feels like it does. It means stepping out of the emotional rush and into clear awareness. There is a quiet strength in slowing down when everything inside is telling you to speed up. A strength that does not come from force, but from control. Because when urgency is no longer believed blindly, the mind begins to settle. Decisions become cleaner, actions become more effective, and stress begins to lose its grip. What once felt overwhelming starts to look manageable, not because life changed, but because perception did. And this is where real calm begins, not by removing responsibilities, but by removing the illusion that everything must happen all at once. Not by controlling time, but by no longer being controlled by it. And as this awareness deepens, another pattern begins to reveal itself, one even more subtle, one that quietly shapes how every event is felt, remembered, and carried. Because sometimes, it is not urgency that creates the weight. It is the meaning the mind attaches to what is happening. And once urgency begins to loosen its grip, another layer quietly comes into focus. The rush slows down, but the mind does not become silent. It shifts. It starts looking ahead. It starts preparing. It starts trying to protect. But in that attempt to stay safe, it begins creating problems that do not exist yet. There is a quiet habit that runs in the background of many thoughts. It does not shout. It does not panic loudly. It simply plays scenes, over and over. Scenes of what could go wrong, what might happen, what needs to be prepared for. And the body responds as if those scenes are real. This is emotional forecasting, and it is one of the most invisible sources of anxiety. There is a moment when nothing is happening, no danger, no pressure, no immediate problem, and yet the mind begins to move ahead of reality. It starts asking questions that have no answers yet. What if this fails? What if they react badly? What if something goes wrong later? These thoughts feel responsible. They feel like preparation. They feel like control, but they are not.
They are rehearsals of events that have not happened and may never happen.
The mind is trying to protect itself from pain by experiencing it early, as if feeling the worst outcome in advance will somehow reduce its impact later. But the opposite happens. The more the mind rehearses negative outcomes, the more familiar they become. And what is familiar starts to feel likely. This is how imagination turns into belief, and belief turns into anxiety. The Stoics recognized that the mind often suffers more in anticipation than in reality. The event itself is rarely as heavy as the version created in thought, because in reality there is only one moment to deal with. But in the mind, that moment is repeated again and again, multiplied, expanded, intensified. The same conversation is replayed with different endings. The same situation is stretched into dozens of possible failures. The same future is filled with imagined obstacles that may never appear. And each repetition leaves a small mark, a small tension, a small weight. Over time, these imagined futures begin to shape how the present feels. Even when nothing is wrong, something feels off. Something feels uncertain. Something feels like it needs to be solved, even though nothing is actually happening. This is the cost of living ahead of reality. The mind becomes tired, not from what is real, but from what it keeps creating. The deeper issue is not the thoughts themselves. It is the trust placed in them. Every imagined scenario is treated as a warning. Every possibility is treated as something that must be prepared for. But not every thought deserves that level of attention. Most thoughts are not signals. They are noise. Learning to see the difference is where freedom begins. The Stoics practiced separating what is within control from what is not. But there is another layer to this practice, learning to separate what is real from what is imagined. Because emotional forecasting blurs that line. It makes the future feel present. It makes uncertainty feel like a problem that needs solving right now. But the future is not here. And trying to solve it in advance only creates unnecessary stress. There is a quiet shift that changes everything. Instead of asking, "What if this goes wrong?" the mind learns to return to what is actually happening now, not tomorrow, not later, not in imagination. Now, what is real in this moment? Is there an actual problem right here? Or just a thought about one?
This question interrupts the habit. It brings awareness back to reality.
And most of the time the answer is simple. There is nothing to fix right now. And in that realization, something begins to release. The body softens. The mind slows. The pressure fades. Because the imagined weight is no longer being carried as if it were real. This does not mean ignoring the future or avoiding responsibility. It means meeting the future when it arrives, not before. It means trusting that when something actually happens, there will be enough clarity to respond. And until then, there is no need to suffer in advance. There is also a hidden pattern within emotional forecasting that often goes unnoticed. It tends to focus only on negative outcomes. The mind rarely rehearses things going well. It rarely imagines ease, success, or calm resolution. It goes straight to what could go wrong. This creates an imbalance, a view of the future that is distorted toward fear. And when that becomes the default, even neutral situations start to feel threatening. Breaking this pattern is not about forcing positive thinking. It is about reducing unnecessary thinking, not replacing one imagined story with another, but stepping out of the need to predict altogether. Because the truth is simple.
The future does not need to be rehearsed to be handled.
It only needs to be met when it arrives. And when the mind stops running ahead, something unexpected happens. Energy returns, clarity returns. The present moment becomes lighter, not because everything is perfect, but because it is no longer crowded with imagined problems. And in that space, there is room to think clearly, to act calmly, to move through life without carrying what does not yet exist. This is where anxiety begins to lose its foundation, not by controlling the future, but by no longer living inside it. And as this habit begins to fade, another layer reveals itself. One that sits even deeper than imagined futures. Because sometimes, it is not the future that creates stress.
It is the story the mind keeps repeating about what has already happened.
And when the mind finally stops chasing the future, it quietly turns backward. Not always in a clear way, not always in a conscious way, but in a subtle loop that keeps replaying what has already happened. Not the event itself, but the version of it that lives in thought. Because even when the moment is over, the story often stays. There is a weight that does not come from reality, but from the way it is remembered. The same situation, the same conversation, the same outcome, carried again and again, not as it was, but as it is interpreted.
And over time, that interpretation begins to feel like truth.
This is the burden of internal narratives. There are moments in life that pass quickly. A comment someone made, a decision that didn't go as planned, a reaction that felt off. On their own, these moments are small. They appear, they unfold, and they end. But the mind does not always let them end. It takes the event and begins to build around it. That shouldn't have happened. I should have done better. They must think less of me now.
And slowly, a simple moment becomes a lasting story.
A story with meaning. A story with judgment. A story with emotion attached to it.
And that story becomes heavier than the original event ever was.
The Stoics understood something most people overlook. It is not the event that disturbs the mind. It is the opinion about the event. The situation itself is neutral. It is complete. It exists only once.
But the story about it can be repeated endlessly,
and each repetition strengthens it. This is how stress continues long after the moment has passed. Not because the situation is still happening, but because the mind keeps reliving it through a narrative that feels unfinished.
There is also a hidden pattern in how these stories are formed.
They often center around identity, not just what happened, but what it says about me.
I failed, so I am not capable. They disagreed, so I am not respected. I made a mistake, so I am not enough.
The event becomes a label. The label becomes a belief, and the belief becomes something carried into future moments. This is where the real burden begins, because the mind is no longer responding to the present. It is responding to a version of the past that has been shaped, repeated, and solidified into something heavier than it needs to be. And the problem is not always obvious. It feels like reflection. It feels like learning. It feels like understanding what went wrong. But there is a difference between learning from an event and living inside it. Learning is brief. It extracts what is useful and moves forward. But internal narratives do not move forward. They circle. They repeat. They look for confirmation. They keep asking the same questions, but never accept an answer. And in doing so, they keep the emotional weight alive. The Stoic approach is not to suppress these stories, but to see them clearly. To recognize that a thought is not the event. A story is not the truth. An interpretation is not a fact.
There is a quiet distance that can be created.
The ability to look at a thought and say, this is something my mind is telling me, not something that is happening right now.
That small separation changes everything.
Because once the story is seen as a construction, it loses some of its authority. It becomes something that can be questioned instead of something that must be believed. Another important shift is understanding that the mind often fills gaps with assumptions. It does not like uncertainty. It does not like incomplete information. So it creates explanations. Sometimes harsh ones, sometimes inaccurate ones,
but convincing ones.
A simple look from someone becomes a judgment. A short reply becomes rejection. A delay becomes disinterest.
And these assumptions become part of the story.
But they are rarely verified. They are accepted because they feel true, not because they are true. Letting go of internal narratives does not mean forgetting what happened. It means removing the extra layers that were added afterward. The judgments, the assumptions, the identity labels. What remains is the event itself. And without the added meaning, it is often much lighter than it once felt. There is also a quiet freedom in allowing events to stay in the past, without pulling them into the present through repeated storytelling. Not every moment needs to be analyzed. Not every mistake needs to be revisited. Not every experience needs to define something deeper. Some things can simply end. And when they are allowed to end, the mind begins to feel less crowded, less occupied, less tied to what no longer exists. This creates space. Space to respond to what is actually happening now, instead of reacting to what has already passed. And in that space, something begins to shift. The weight becomes lighter. The mind becomes quieter. The need to constantly interpret begins to fade. Because not everything needs a story. Some things only need to be seen and then released. And as this release begins to take hold, another pattern starts to emerge. One that operates in real time, shaping how thoughts enter, stay, and grow. Because sometimes it is not the story that creates the stress. It is the way the mind allows every thought to enter, without question. And when the weight of those stories begins to lift, something else becomes clear. The mind is not just reacting to thoughts. It is allowing them, welcoming them, letting them stay longer than they need to, because not every thought arrives with permission, but many stay because no one ever questions them. There is a quiet doorway in the mind. Most people never notice it. Thoughts pass through it all day, some helpful, some neutral, some heavy, some completely unnecessary, and without awareness, everything is allowed in. This is where the real pressure builds, not from the number of thoughts, but from the lack of control over which ones are kept. There is a subtle discomfort that comes from believing every thought deserves attention, that every idea must be followed, that every feeling must be understood immediately. But that is not clarity, that is overload. The Stoics trained themselves in something most people overlook: the discipline of mental gatekeeping, the ability to pause and ask a simple question before engaging with a thought. Does this deserve my attention? Not every thought does. Some thoughts are just noise.
A passing doubt, a random fear, a memory that appears without reason. These are not instructions. They are not warnings. They are not truths.
They are activity. But when they are treated as important, they begin to grow.
Attention is what gives thoughts their strength.
The more attention a thought receives, the more it repeats. The more it repeats, the more familiar it becomes. And what is familiar begins to feel real.
This is how a small idea turns into a lasting feeling.
A single doubt becomes a pattern. A brief worry becomes a constant tension, not because it was true, but because it was allowed to stay. Mental gatekeeping changes this pattern. It introduces a pause,
A moment between the thought appearing and the mind engaging with it.
In that moment, there is a choice, to follow or to let it pass. Most people never develop this pause. They react instantly. A thought appears and the mind moves with it, builds on it, expands it.
But with practice, the pause becomes natural. And in that space, something powerful happens.
The thought is seen for what it is. Just a thought, not a command, not a fact, not something that must be explored. And once it is seen clearly, it becomes easier to let go. There is also a deeper layer to this discipline. Not all thoughts are negative. Some are simply unnecessary. Replaying conversations that are already finished. Planning responses to situations that have not happened. Creating arguments in the mind that will never take place. These thoughts are not harmful on their own, but they consume energy.
And over time, they create a constant mental noise that makes it difficult to feel calm.
Choosing not to engage with them is not avoidance. It is efficiency. It is deciding that the mind does not need to be occupied at all times. That silence is not emptiness, but clarity. The Stoics believed that peace comes not from controlling the world, but from controlling the inner dialogue. And that control does not come from force. It comes from selection.
Choosing which thoughts are worth keeping.
Choosing which ones are worth exploring, and allowing the rest to pass without resistance. There is also an important truth to understand.
Trying to block thoughts completely does not work. The mind will continue to produce them. But gatekeeping is not about stopping thoughts. It is about not feeding them.
A thought can appear and still be ignored. It can pass through without leaving a mark, like a cloud moving across the sky without changing the sky itself. This is where real calm begins.
Not by having fewer thoughts, but by being less affected by them.
Because once the mind stops holding on to everything, it begins to feel lighter, more spacious,
more stable.
And in that stability, decisions become clearer, reactions become slower, emotions become less overwhelming. Because the mind is no longer crowded with everything it once allowed to stay. This discipline also creates a quiet sense of control, not over what appears, but over what remains.
And that is enough!
Because stress does not come from thoughts appearing. It comes from thoughts being believed, repeated, and carried longer than they should be. Mental gatekeeping interrupts that cycle. It weakens unnecessary patterns. It reduces internal noise. It brings the mind back to what matters. And over time, it becomes natural. The mind begins to filter automatically, to recognize what is useful and what is not, to let go without effort. And in that ease, something deeper begins to settle. A sense that not everything requires a response. Not everything needs to be fixed. Not everything deserves space. And as this becomes clearer, another layer begins to unfold.
Because sometimes the stress is not in the thought itself.
It is in the need to control what comes next. And once the mind begins to choose which thoughts to keep, Another tension quietly steps forward. Not from the past, not from random thoughts, but from something deeper.
The need to know what will happen next.
Because even with a calmer mind, there is still a pull, a subtle resistance that says, this is fine, but what if things don't go the way I expect?
And that is where a new kind of stress begins to form.
There is a discomfort that does not come from the present moment. It comes from the unknown, from the space between action and outcome, from the waiting. A decision is made, and the mind immediately reaches forward. Will this work? Will this fail? Will I regret this later? The action is already done, but the mind refuses to rest. It starts searching for certainty, for reassurance, for guarantees that everything will unfold exactly as planned. But life does not move that way. Outcomes are never fully controlled. They are influenced, guided, shaped, but never guaranteed. And this is where the fear begins.
Not because something is wrong, but because the mind cannot secure the future in advance.
This fear often hides behind logic. It feels responsible. It feels careful. It feels like preparation. But underneath it, there is a deeper need. The need to eliminate uncertainty. The Stoics understood that this need is one of the main sources of anxiety, not the event itself, but the insistence that the event must go a certain way. Because once the mind attaches to a specific outcome, anything outside of it begins to feel like a threat. A simple delay becomes a problem. A different response becomes a disappointment. A change in direction becomes a loss. Not because those things are harmful, but because they did not match the expectation.
This is how control turns into pressure. The more tightly the mind holds on to how things should happen, the more fragile it becomes when they do not.
And since life rarely follows exact expectations, the mind remains in a constant state of tension, always adjusting, always worrying, always trying to predict what cannot be fully predicted. There is also a hidden exhaustion in this pattern. Trying to control outcomes requires constant mental effort, constant checking, constant anticipation. It pulls attention away from what is happening now and places it in a future that is not yet real. And just like emotional forecasting, it creates stress that has no immediate source.
The body feels pressure, but nothing is actually wrong in the moment.
The Stoic approach is not to ignore outcomes, but to change the relationship with them.
To focus on what can be controlled and release what cannot.
This does not mean carelessness, it means clarity. There are only two parts to any situation: the part that depends on action and the part that does not. Effort belongs to the present. Outcomes belong to time.
And when these two are confused, stress begins.
Because the mind starts trying to manage both.
It tries to act and guarantee,
to move and secure,
to do and control what comes after. But that second part is never fully available.
And chasing it only creates more tension. There is a quiet shift that changes everything. Instead of asking, what will happen next? The focus returns to, what can be done now? Not perfectly, not with certainty, but with intention. And once that action is complete, there is nothing else to hold. The result will come in its own way, at its own time.
And when it does, it can be met then, not before.
There is also a deeper form of strength in this approach.
Operating without guarantees does not mean being unprepared. It means being adaptable.
It means trusting that whatever happens, there will be enough awareness to respond, because the mind is no longer overwhelmed by the need for everything to go a certain way.
It becomes steady instead of rigid,
flexible instead of fragile, calm instead of constantly bracing for impact.
This removes a large part of daily anxiety.
Because many worries are not about what is happening, but about what might happen differently than expected. And when expectations are loosened, the mind has more room to adjust, more room to accept, more room to stay grounded even when things change.
There is also a quiet freedom in not needing constant reassurance.
Not needing to check every possibility, not needing to secure every outcome, because the mind begins to trust the process of life itself, not blindly, but realistically. Understanding that uncertainty is not a flaw, it is part of how everything moves, and resisting it only creates more friction.
Accepting it creates space, and in that space, something begins to settle.
The need to control fades, the pressure to predict softens. The mind becomes less dependent on what comes next, and more present with what is now.
And from that presence, actions become stronger, decisions become clearer, emotions become more stable,
because they are no longer tied to outcomes that have not yet arrived. This is where calm becomes consistent, not because life becomes predictable, but because the mind no longer demands that it be. And as this steadiness grows, another layer quietly reveals itself.
Because sometimes it is not the outcome that creates stress. It is the way events are interpreted in the moment they happen.
And as the need to control outcomes begins to soften, the mind finds another way to hold on to uncertainty. It no longer demands guarantees as strongly, but it starts asking quiet questions that never seem to end. Not about what is happening, but about what could happen.
There is a tension that forms not from reality, but from possibility. A single thought appears, small and almost harmless. What if this goes wrong?
And instead of passing, it stays. It expands. It begins to multiply. That one question turns into many. What if I made the wrong choice? What if something unexpected happens? What if I can't handle it when it does? Each question builds on the last, creating a chain. And before it is noticed, the mind is no longer in the present moment. It is moving through a series of imagined futures, each one more uncomfortable than the last.
This is the loop of what-if thinking, and it feeds anxiety quietly but constantly.
The mind believes it is preparing. It feels like caution. It feels like awareness. But it is not preparation. It is repetition. Because no matter how many scenarios are imagined, the future does not become clearer. It becomes heavier. The Stoics recognize that fear often grows not from events, but from the imagination attaching itself to uncertainty. A situation that has not happened yet is treated as if it already has,
and the body responds accordingly.
Tension rises, breathing changes, focus narrows, all from something that exists only as a possibility. The deeper issue is not the question itself. It is the way the mind follows it. A single what-if is not the problem. It becomes a problem when it is allowed to continue without interruption. Because the mind does not naturally stop at one question.
It looks for the worst version.
And once it finds it, it holds on to it. Not because it is likely, but because it feels important to consider. This is how hypothetical fear becomes emotional reality. The mind reacts to imagined danger as if it were present. And over time, this pattern becomes automatic. Any uncertainty triggers the same loop.
Any unknown leads to the same chain of thoughts. And the more it repeats, the faster it happens.
Until even small situations begin to feel overwhelming. Breaking this loop does not require controlling every thought. It requires interrupting the pattern. The moment a what-if appears, there is a chance to pause, not to answer it, not to solve it, but to question its necessity.
Is this something that needs to be figured out right now?
Most of the time the answer is no, because the situation has not happened.
And trying to solve it in advance only creates unnecessary tension. There is also a shift that changes how these thoughts are seen.
Instead of treating them as warnings, they can be recognized as possibilities. And possibilities are not realities. They are one version out of many. But the mind tends to focus only on the negative ones. It rarely asks, what if things go smoothly? It rarely considers, what if this turns out better than expected?
This imbalance creates a distorted view of the future.
One where risk is exaggerated and stability is ignored. The Stoics practiced returning to what is known, not what could happen, but what is happening. This brings the mind out of the loop and back into clarity. Because in the present moment, most of the feared scenarios are not real. They have not begun. They are not unfolding. They are not requiring action. And without action, there is nothing to solve. There is also a quiet discipline in allowing uncertainty to exist without needing to explore it fully. Not every unknown needs to be filled with imagined outcomes. Some things can remain unanswered. And when they are allowed to remain open, the mind becomes less pressured to resolve everything immediately. This reduces the intensity of the loop.
Because the mind is no longer chasing completion through endless scenarios.
Another important shift is understanding that even if something does go wrong, it will be handled in that moment. Not perfectly, not without effort, but with the same awareness that exists now, the same ability to respond. And this removes the need to rehearse it repeatedly in advance.
Because the future version of that moment will not be handled through imagination. It will be handled through presence.
And presence cannot be practiced in hypothetical loops. It can only be experienced when the moment arrives. Letting go of what-if thinking is not about forcing the mind to stop asking questions. It is about choosing not to follow every question to its end,
allowing it to appear, and then letting it pass.
Without adding to it, without building on it. And with time, the loop begins to weaken. The questions become less frequent, less intense, less convincing, because they are no longer being reinforced. And in that space, something begins to settle again. The mind becomes quieter, the body becomes lighter. The need to constantly predict begins to fade, because not every possibility needs attention. Some can remain exactly what they are, just possibilities. And as this clarity deepens, another layer begins to unfold, because sometimes it is not the imagined future that creates stress. It is the meaning assigned to what is happening right now. And when those what-if loops begin to fade, something even more subtle comes into view. The mind is no longer racing into the future as much. It is no longer spinning endless possibilities.
But it is still doing something quietly, in real time.
It is labeling.
Every event, every word, every situation is given a meaning almost instantly. Not slowly, not carefully, but automatically.
This is bad. This is unfair. This is stressful. And the moment that label is applied, the feeling follows. There is a shift that happens so quickly, most people never notice it. Something happens, and before it is fully seen, it is already judged, already colored, already turned into something emotional. This is where intensity begins, not from the event itself, but from the label attached to it.
The Stoics understood that events are neutral by nature. They simply occur. They do not carry meaning on their own.
Meaning is added afterward. A delayed message is just a delay. But the mind says, they are ignoring me. A mistake is just an action that did not go as planned.
But the mind says, this is a failure.
A change in plans is just a shift. But the mind says, everything is falling apart.
And once that interpretation is accepted, the body responds as if it were true.
Tension rises, emotions follow, stress builds, all from a meaning that was never part of the event itself. This is why the same situation can affect two people in completely different ways. One sees it as a problem. The other sees it as something neutral.
The difference is not the event.
It is the interpretation. The power of neutral interpretation is not about pretending everything is positive. It is about removing unnecessary emotional weight from what is happening, seeing things as they are, without immediately deciding what they mean. There is a quiet pause that can be introduced here. Something happens, and instead of reacting instantly, the mind steps back and simply observes. This happened. Nothing more. No added story. No quick judgment. No emotional label. Just the fact. At first, this feels unnatural. The mind is used to assigning meaning quickly. It wants to understand, to categorize, to react.
But with practice, the pause becomes easier.
And in that pause, something powerful happens.
The intensity does not rise as quickly.
Because the label that would normally trigger it has not been applied yet. This creates space. Space to respond instead of react. Space to see clearly instead of emotionally. Space to choose how to engage instead of being pulled into an automatic reaction.
There is also a deeper layer to this practice. Many emotional labels are not based on reality, but on past experiences.
A tone of voice feels harsh because it reminds the mind of something similar.
A delay feels like rejection because it has been associated with that before. A mistake feels heavy because it has been tied to identity in the past.
So the mind is not only reacting to what is happening now.
It is reacting to what it remembers. And this adds another layer of intensity that does not belong to the present moment. Neutral interpretation removes this layer. It allows the event to stand on its own, without being mixed with past meanings. A delay becomes just a delay. A mistake becomes just a mistake. A change becomes just a change. And without the added weight, the emotional response becomes lighter, more manageable, less overwhelming. This does not mean becoming detached from everything. It means becoming precise in how things are seen. Not every situation needs to be turned into something significant. Not every moment needs to carry emotional weight. Some things can remain simple, and when they do, the mind becomes less reactive, less strained, less consumed by constant interpretation. There is also a quiet freedom in allowing things to be incomplete, not rushing to decide whether something is good or bad.
Not needing to fully understand every situation immediately.
Because often, meaning changes over time. What feels negative in one moment may reveal something useful later.
What seems frustrating now may become irrelevant soon.
By staying neutral, the mind avoids locking itself into a fixed interpretation too early. And this flexibility reduces stress, because the mind is no longer committed to a single emotional response. It remains open, calm, stable. Over time, this practice begins to reshape how experiences are processed. Events become lighter, reactions become slower, emotions become less intense. Not because life has changed, but because the way it is seen has changed. And this is where a deeper kind of control begins. Not control over what happens, but control over how it is received. And as this control strengthens, another pattern begins to surface. Because sometimes, stress does not come from what is happening or how it is interpreted. It comes from expectations that were never clearly spoken, but quietly carried every day. And as events begin to feel lighter, as the mind stops rushing to label everything, another quiet source of pressure starts to reveal itself, not from what is happening, not from what might happen, but from something more hidden, something rarely questioned.
What is expected?
Not the expectations spoken out loud, but the ones carried silently, the ones never written, never confirmed, never agreed on, yet followed every single day. There is a pressure that builds without any clear origin, a sense that something needs to be done, a certain way, a feeling that something is not enough, even when nothing is wrong. This is the weight of invisible expectations. They do not announce themselves, they do not explain where they came from, but they sit in the background of almost every decision. I should be doing more. I should be further ahead. I should not feel this way.
These thoughts feel natural. They feel normal.
But they are not facts. They are standards the mind has accepted without ever questioning them. And because they are unspoken, they are never measured against reality. There is no clear line, no clear goal, no clear definition of what is enough.
Only a constant sense of falling short.
The Stoics understood that much of human stress comes not from life itself, but from the expectations placed upon it. Not just from others, but from within. Expectations about how things should unfold, how people should behave, how progress should look, how emotions should feel. And when these expectations remain invisible, they become impossible to meet, because they are always shifting, always expanding, always just out of reach. A day can be productive and still feel insufficient. A conversation can go well and still feel like something was missing.
A moment can be peaceful and still feel like it should be different.
This is how invisible expectations create constant pressure, not through failure, but through comparison with a standard that was never clearly defined. There is also a deeper layer to this pattern. Many of these expectations were not chosen consciously. They were absorbed from upbringing, from culture, from observation, from repeated messages over time. Ideas about success, about strength, about what it means to be doing well. And once they settle into the mind, they begin to shape perception without being noticed. A person works hard, but feels behind. A person rests, but feels guilty. A person achieves something, but quickly moves to the next expectation without allowing any sense of completion. Because the standard is always moving, and since it was never clearly defined, it can never be fully satisfied. This is where the pressure becomes constant. Not because life is demanding, but because the mind is measuring everything against something unclear. The first shift is awareness. To begin noticing these internal shoulds, not to follow them immediately, but to question them.
Where did this expectation come from?
Is this something that truly matters, or something I've simply carried without thinking? This breaks the automatic acceptance, because once an expectation is seen clearly, it can be evaluated, and often it loses its authority. There is also a quiet freedom in defining what is enough, on your own terms, not based on comparison, not based on external standards, but based on what is real.
What was actually done? What was actually experienced?
And allowing that to be complete,
without adding another layer of expectation on top of it.
This does not remove ambition. It removes unnecessary pressure, because there is a difference between moving forward and constantly feeling behind. One is driven by intention. The other is driven by an invisible standard that is never reached. Letting go of these expectations does not mean lowering standards. It means making them visible, clear, defined, real, so they can be met instead of endlessly chased.
There is also an important shift in how others are perceived.
Invisible expectations are often placed not only on the self, but on others as well. How they should act, how they should respond, how they should understand. And when they do not meet these unspoken standards, frustration appears. Not because they did something wrong, but because they did not match an expectation they were never aware of. Seeing this clearly reduces unnecessary conflict, because it becomes easier to separate what was expected from what actually happened.
And without that confusion, reactions become calmer,
more grounded, less driven by hidden assumptions.
Over time, releasing invisible expectations creates space.
Space for acceptance, space for clarity.
Space for moments to be experienced without being measured.
And in that space, the mind begins to feel lighter, less pressured, less driven by standards that were never chosen consciously.
Because not everything needs to meet a hidden requirement.
Some things can simply be what they are, and that is enough. And as this weight begins to lift, another pattern quietly steps forward.
Because sometimes the pressure does not come from expectations placed on yourself. It comes from carrying responsibilities that were never truly yours to hold.
And as those invisible expectations begin to loosen, another pattern starts to show itself, one that feels like strength on the surface, but quietly drains everything underneath. It doesn't come from what is demanded, but from what is taken on voluntarily. Because even when nothing is required, the mind still steps forward and says, "I'll handle it." There is a weight that comes not from your own life, but from the lives around you, the problems of others, their emotions, their decisions, their outcomes. And over time, it begins to feel normal to carry them. This is the addiction to over-responsibility.
It does not look like a problem at first. It looks like care. It looks like reliability. It looks like being the one people can depend on.
But beneath that, there is a quiet pattern forming. The belief that everything needs to be managed, that every issue needs to be fixed, that if something goes wrong, it somehow comes back to you. And this belief slowly turns into pressure, because the mind begins to take ownership of things that were never fully within its control. A friend is struggling, and you feel responsible for their recovery. A situation becomes tense, and you feel responsible for restoring balance.
Someone reacts poorly, and you feel responsible for how they feel.
But responsibility has limits, and when those limits are ignored, stress begins to grow in places it was never meant to exist.
The Stoics were clear about this. There is a boundary between what belongs to you and what does not.
Your actions belong to you.
Your choices belong to you. Your responses belong to you. But the outcomes of others, their reactions, their paths, do not. And yet, the mind often crosses that boundary without noticing. It begins to carry emotional weight that is not its own. And the cost is quiet but constant.
There is a tension that builds when trying to manage things that cannot be controlled. A sense that something is always unfinished, that something always needs attention. Because when the mind takes on too much responsibility, there is no clear end.
There is always another problem, another person, another situation to fix. And this creates a cycle that never fully resolves. The deeper reason behind this pattern is not always obvious.
Sometimes it comes from a desire to feel needed.
Sometimes from a fear of letting others down. Sometimes from a belief that stepping back means not caring enough. But caring does not require carrying everything. There is a difference between support and control. Support allows space. It offers presence. It gives help when needed. Control tries to manage outcomes. It tries to shape what others do. It takes on more than it can actually influence. And when that control fails, stress follows, because the mind feels responsible for something it could never fully handle in the first place. Letting go of over-responsibility is not about withdrawing. It is about recognizing where your role ends.
It is about doing what is yours to do and allowing the rest to unfold without interference. This requires a shift in how situations are approached.
Instead of asking, "How do I fix this?" the question becomes, "What part of this is actually mine?"
And often the answer is smaller than expected. A response, a conversation, a decision, not the entire outcome, not the full resolution,
just your part. This reduces pressure immediately, because the mind is no longer trying to solve everything at once. It is focused only on what can be done, not on what cannot be controlled.
There is also a quiet relief in allowing others to carry their own experiences.
Not out of indifference, but out of respect for their process. Everyone has their own path, their own choices, their own consequences to face and learn from. And stepping in too much can take that away. It can create dependence. It can blur boundaries. It can turn support into pressure.
When this is understood, something begins to shift.
The need to intervene softens. The need to fix everything fades.
And in its place, there is a calmer presence.
One that helps when needed, but does not absorb what is not yours. This also changes how energy is used, because instead of being spread across multiple situations, it becomes focused, clear, directed.
And with that clarity, actions become more effective.
Not because more is being done, but because less is being carried unnecessarily. There is also a deeper sense of peace that comes from this shift. A recognition that not everything depends on you. That life continues, unfolds, and resolves in ways that are not always directed by your involvement.
And that stepping back does not mean things will fall apart.
It often means they will find their own balance. Over time, this reduces the constant pressure to manage everything.
The mind becomes less burdened,
less stretched, less tied to outcomes that were never fully yours to begin with. Because responsibility becomes clearer,
defined,
grounded in what can actually be influenced,
and released from what cannot.
And as this boundary becomes stronger, another pattern begins to surface, because sometimes the stress is not in what you carry for others. It is in how quickly the mind reacts, before it ever has a chance to understand.
And as the weight of carrying everything for everyone begins to fall away, something else becomes clear. The problem was never just what was happening around you. It was how quickly the mind moved in response to it. Because even when nothing is yours to fix, there is still a moment, a very small moment, where everything begins.
The moment something happens, and the reaction follows almost instantly. A word is spoken, a message is seen, a situation shifts, and before there is time to fully understand it, the body tightens, the mind responds, the emotion rises. This is where most stress is born, not in the event, but in the speed of the reaction. There is a quiet space that exists between what happens and how you respond to it.
Most people never notice it.
Because it is small, almost invisible. But inside that space, everything can change.
This is the Stoic pause.
It is not about stopping life. It is about slowing the mind just enough to see clearly before reacting. Without this pause, reactions become automatic.
A message feels cold, so the mind assumes rejection. A delay feels uncomfortable, so the mind assumes something is wrong. A mistake happens, so the mind immediately labels it as failure. All of this happens in seconds, too fast to question, too fast to observe. And once the reaction begins, it builds on itself. Thoughts follow. Emotions rise. The situation becomes heavier than it needs to be. But when the pause is introduced, the pattern breaks. Something happens. And instead of reacting instantly, there is a moment of stillness. Not long, just enough. Enough to see what is actually happening before deciding what it means. This changes the entire experience, because the first reaction is rarely the most accurate one. It is usually shaped by habit, by past experiences, by assumptions that have not been checked. The pause allows those automatic patterns to be seen instead of followed, and in that awareness there is a choice to respond differently. There is also a physical side to this pause. The body reacts before the mind understands. The heartbeat increases, the muscles tighten, the breath becomes shallow. These signals feel urgent. They feel like something needs to be done immediately. But they are not instructions. They are responses. And when they are observed instead of acted on, they begin to settle. A slower breath, a moment of stillness, a small step back.
This gives the mind time to catch up with reality, to see the situation without the added intensity.
The Stoics practiced this not as a theory, but as a discipline. They trained themselves to delay reaction, not to suppress emotion, but to prevent it from taking control too quickly, because once a reaction takes over, it becomes harder to think clearly,
Harder to choose wisely.
The pause protects that clarity.
It creates a gap between impulse and action.
And in that gap, there is control.
Not over what happens, but over how it is handled.
There is also a deeper benefit to this practice. It reduces unnecessary conflict. Many reactions are based on incomplete information. A tone is misunderstood. A situation is misread. An intention is assumed.
And reacting immediately often leads to escalation.
Words are said that cannot be taken back. Decisions are made without full understanding.
But when the pause is present, there is time to see more clearly.
To ask instead of assume. To observe instead of conclude. This prevents many problems before they even begin. Over time, the pause becomes natural, not forced, not artificial, just a quiet habit of stepping back before stepping forward. And with that habit, something begins to change. Reactions become slower, thoughts become clearer, emotions become less overwhelming, because they are no longer taking control immediately.
There is also a sense of stability that grows from this.
A feeling that not everything needs an instant response.
That time can be taken. That space can be created.
And that space is enough to shift how everything is experienced.
The Stoic pause is small, but its impact is deep.
Because it interrupts the automatic cycle that leads from event to stress.
And replaces it with awareness.
With choice. With control that does not come from force, but from understanding. And as this pause becomes part of how the mind operates, another layer begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the stress is not in the reaction itself. It is in the belief that everything is somehow connected to you, even when it is not. And as that pause becomes more natural, as reactions begin to slow and clarity starts to rise, another pattern quietly steps forward, one that shapes how almost every situation is felt, without ever announcing itself.
Because even with awareness, the mind still does something automatically.
It makes things personal. There is a subtle shift that happens in everyday moments. Someone is distant, a reply is short, a plan changes, a tone feels different.
And almost instantly, the mind turns inward.
Did I do something wrong? Is this about me? Why are they acting this way toward me? The situation may be unclear, but the conclusion feels certain. It must be personal. This is the illusion of personalization. It does not come from reality, but from the mind's tendency to place itself at the center of every event. Not out of ego, but out of habit. The mind is always trying to make sense of what is happening, and the easiest explanation is often the closest one. It must be about me.
But most of the time, it is not.
People move through their own thoughts, their own pressures, their own internal narratives that have nothing to do with you. A short message may come from distraction, not disinterest. A distant tone may come from stress, not rejection. A change in behavior may come from something unseen, not something you caused. But when personalization takes over, all of this is ignored.
The mind creates a story.
And once that story is accepted, the feeling follows. Tension rises, doubt appears. The situation becomes heavier than it actually is. All from an assumption that was never confirmed.
The Stoics understood that much of emotional disturbance comes from false judgments, not from events, but from the meanings attached to them.
Personalization is one of the strongest of these meanings, because it ties everything back to identity, not just what happened, but what it says about me. And once identity is involved, the reaction becomes stronger. A simple action feels like criticism. A neutral response feels like rejection. A small shift feels like something is wrong, but the truth is quieter.
Most things are not directed at you.
They are simply happening around you.
There is a freedom in seeing this clearly.
A situation unfolds, and instead of immediately asking what it means about you, the mind steps back. It considers other possibilities. It allows space for things to exist without attaching them to identity. This reduces unnecessary emotional weight, because the mind is no longer carrying meaning that does not belong to it.
There is also a deeper reason why personalization feels so natural.
The mind is always observing from one point of view, its own, so everything is filtered through that perspective. But that perspective is limited.
It does not see what others are thinking. It does not know what they are experiencing. It fills in the gaps with assumptions.
And those assumptions often lean towards self-reference, not because it is accurate, but because it is familiar. Breaking this pattern requires awareness, not forcing the mind to think differently, but questioning the first interpretation. Is this actually about me, or is that just the easiest explanation?
This question creates distance.
And in that distance, new possibilities appear. The situation becomes less defined, less emotionally charged,
More open.
There is also a shift in how interactions are experienced.
When personalization is reduced, conversations feel lighter. Reactions feel less intense.
Because there is less need to defend, explain, or internalize every change in behavior. Things are seen as they are, not as reflections of self-worth. This also reduces unnecessary overthinking, because many thought loops are built on trying to understand why something happened to you.
When that assumption is removed, the loop has less to hold on to.
The mind becomes quieter, more stable, less pulled into constant interpretation. There is also a quiet strength in not taking everything personally. It allows you to stay grounded even when things shift, even when people act in unexpected ways. Because your sense of self is no longer tied to every external change.
It becomes more stable,
more independent,
less affected by things that were never meant to define you.
Over time, this creates a different way of moving through the world. One where situations are observed, not absorbed. Where interactions are experienced, not internalized unnecessarily. and where the mind remains steady, even when things are unclear,
because it no longer needs everything to be about you in order to understand it.
and as this understanding deepens, another pattern begins to surface, because sometimes the pressure is not in what others think about you, it is in how you measure your own value against what you are able to produce. And as the mind begins to stop taking everything personally, another quiet pressure starts to reveal itself, not from others, not from situations, but from within. A pressure that does not come from what is happening, but from what is expected to be produced.
Because even in moments of stillness, there is a voice,
A quiet one. You should be doing something.
There is a tension that does not disappear when the day slows down. Even when nothing is required, something feels unfinished.
Rest feels uncomfortable. Pausing feels undeserved. And doing nothing feels like falling behind.
This is the pressure of constant productivity.
It is not always loud. It does not always push aggressively. But it is always there. A steady reminder that value must be earned, again and again. Through action, through output, through progress that can be measured and seen.
And over time, this turns into a belief.
If I am not producing, I am not enough. This belief quietly attaches self-worth to activity, not to presence, not to awareness, not to simply being, but to what is being done.
And once that connection is made, rest becomes difficult.
Because rest does not produce anything. It does not create visible results. It does not move anything forward in a way that can be measured immediately. So the mind resists it.
It searches for something to do, something to improve, something to fix.
Even when there is nothing urgent. This creates a constant state of movement, not always physical, but mental. Planning the next step, reviewing what has been done, thinking about what could be done better.
And even in moments that should feel calm, the mind stays active.
Because stopping feels like losing value. The Stoics saw this differently.
They understood that worth is not tied to constant output.
That a person is not defined by how much they produce, but by how they live, by the clarity of their thoughts, by the steadiness of their actions,
By the quality of their presence, not the quantity of their activity.
There is a difference between meaningful effort and endless motion. Meaningful effort is intentional. It has direction. It is chosen. Endless motion is reactive. It fills space. It avoids stillness. And often it leads to exhaustion without real progress.
Because the mind is moving, but not always with purpose.
Detaching self-worth from productivity begins with seeing this clearly. Not every moment needs to be filled. Not every hour needs to be optimized. Not every pause needs to be justified. There is value in stillness, not because it produces something visible, but because it restores something essential. Clarity.
Energy. Balance.
Without these, even the most productive actions lose their quality.
They become rushed, forced, less effective.
So the constant push to do more often leads to doing less well. There is also a deeper layer to this pressure. It often comes from comparison, seeing others move faster, achieve more, appear more consistent, and measuring yourself against that. But these comparisons are incomplete.
They show output, but not the full context behind it.
They show results, but not the cost.
And when self-worth is tied to those comparisons, it becomes unstable.
Always shifting, always dependent on something external. The Stoic approach is to return focus inward.
To what can be controlled?
Effort, not outcome. Presence, not performance. And in that shift, something begins to settle.
Because worth is no longer tied to what is produced in a given moment.
It becomes steady.
independent of how much is done, independent of how fast things move. This allows rest to become natural again, not as something earned, but as something necessary, a part of the cycle, not a break from it. And when rest is no longer resisted, the mind begins to recover.
Thoughts slow down. Focus sharpens. Actions become more deliberate.
Because they are no longer driven by pressure, but by clarity. There is also a quiet confidence that comes from this detachment, a sense that value does not disappear when nothing is being produced, that simply being present, aware, steady, is enough. And from that place, productivity becomes more effective, not constant, but intentional, not forced, but aligned with what actually matters.
Over time, this reduces the constant background stress. The need to always be doing something fades.
The urgency to prove worth through action softens, and in its place there is a more balanced rhythm.
Work when it is time to work.
Rest when it is time to rest, without guilt, without pressure, without the feeling of falling behind. Because the measure of worth is no longer tied to output. It is grounded in something deeper, something stable, something that does not change based on how much is produced in a single day. And as this pressure begins to lift, another pattern quietly comes into view. Because sometimes, the stress is not in doing too little. It is in the belief that everyone else is somehow ahead.
And as the pressure to constantly produce begins to loosen, another quiet tension starts to rise from underneath, not from what is being done, but from what others seem to be doing. Because even when the mind becomes calmer, it still looks around, it still measures. It still asks a question that slowly creates unease.
Am I behind? There is a discomfort that appears without warning, not from failure, not from lack of effort, but from comparison.
Seeing someone move faster, achieve more, progress in ways that seem clearer, quicker, more visible.
And suddenly, what was once enough no longer feels that way. This is the fear of falling behind. It does not come from your path. It comes from looking at someone else's. Because the moment attention shifts outward, the mind begins to create a silent timeline, where others seem ahead and you seem late.
Even when there is no real deadline, even when no race was ever agreed upon.
The Stoics understood that comparison is one of the fastest ways to disturb the mind. Not because others are doing something wrong, but because the mind starts measuring itself against something that was never meant to define it. Each person moves through life with different conditions, different starting points, different challenges that are not always visible. But comparison ignores all of that.
It reduces everything to a single surface view.
What can be seen without understanding what cannot? And from that limited view, a conclusion is formed. They are ahead. I am behind. This conclusion feels real. It feels urgent. But it is built on incomplete information. Because what is seen is only a small part of the full picture. The effort behind it, the cost behind it, the trade-offs behind it often remain hidden. And yet, the mind treats the visible result as the full story. This creates pressure, a feeling that time is running out, that something needs to be accelerated, that progress needs to match what is being observed elsewhere. But this pressure is not grounded in reality. It is grounded in perception. The Stoic approach is to return to what is actually within control.
Not where others are, but where you are.
Not how fast things appear externally, but how steady they are internally.
Because progress is not always visible.
It is not always measurable in ways that can be compared easily. Sometimes it is quiet.
Learning something new. changing a habit, becoming more aware.
These shifts do not always show on the surface, but they are real, and they matter. The fear of falling behind comes from ignoring this internal progress and focusing only on external markers. But external markers are not consistent.
They change based on perspective.
Someone ahead in one area may feel behind in another. Someone moving fast may feel unstable. Someone appearing successful may be struggling in ways that are not visible. Comparison does not capture any of this.
It simplifies everything into a single direction, forward or behind.
But life does not move in a straight line. It moves in cycles, in phases, in shifts that are not always aligned with others. Understanding this removes the urgency to keep up, because there is no single pace that defines progress. There is only your pace. And that pace is influenced by your circumstances, your focus, your path. There is also a quiet strength in staying within your own process,
Not rushing to match what is seen elsewhere.
not forcing movement just to feel aligned with others, but continuing steadily, based on what is real for you. This reduces anxiety immediately, because the mind is no longer trying to match something external. It is grounded in what is actually happening. There is also a deeper shift in how others are viewed. Instead of seeing them as a measure, they can be seen as separate paths, different directions, different timelines.
Not something to compare with, but something that exists alongside yours.
This removes the emotional weight attached to their progress, because it is no longer seen as a reflection of your own. Over time, this changes how success is defined. It becomes less about speed and more about alignment.
Less about comparison and more about consistency. Less about being ahead and more about being steady.
And in that shift, something begins to settle. The constant checking fades, the need to measure reduces, the pressure to keep up disappears.
Because the mind is no longer running someone else's race. It is walking its own path.
And that path does not need to be faster. It only needs to be real.
And as this clarity deepens, another pattern begins to reveal itself.
Because sometimes the stress is not in where you are compared to others. It is in the discomfort of not having clear answers about what comes next. And as the need to compare begins to fade, another quiet discomfort starts to surface, not from others, not from progress, but from something more subtle, not knowing. Because even when the mind is no longer measuring itself against others, it still searches for something else.
Clarity.
A clear answer, a clear direction, a clear sense of what comes next. And when that clarity is not there, a tension begins to build.
A quiet unease that says, I should have this figured out by now. This is the trap of needing immediate clarity. It does not come from the situation itself, but from the discomfort of uncertainty.
There are moments when nothing is wrong. No crisis, no urgency, no external pressure.
But inside, there is movement.
The mind searching, trying to connect the dots too quickly, trying to define something that is not ready to be defined. What should I do next? Is this the right direction? Why don't I feel sure about this? These questions feel necessary. They feel like progress. But when they are driven by impatience, they create pressure.
Because not everything can be understood immediately.
Some things need time to unfold. Some decisions need space to become clear. But the mind resists this.
It wants answers now.
It wants certainty before moving forward. It wants a guarantee that the next step is correct. And when it does not get that, it becomes restless.
This restlessness turns into anxiety.
Not because something is wrong, but because something is unknown. The Stoics understood that clarity is not always available in the present moment, and trying to force it often leads to confusion, not understanding, because the mind starts filling the gap, guessing, assuming, overthinking.
Trying to create clarity where there is none yet.
This leads to decisions made from pressure, not from awareness.
Choices that feel rushed, not grounded.
And often these choices create more uncertainty later, because they were not given time to develop naturally.
There is a quiet shift that changes this pattern.
Instead of forcing clarity, the mind allows uncertainty to exist, not as a problem, but as a phase.
A space where things are still forming.
Where not knowing is not a failure, but a natural part of the process. This requires patience, not passive waiting, but active presence, continuing to move, continuing to observe,
without needing to define everything immediately.
There is also a deeper understanding that emerges here. Clarity often comes after action, not before it. Small steps reveal information.
Experience brings insight, and over time, direction becomes clearer, not because it was forced, but because it was discovered.
The need for immediate clarity ignores this process. It tries to see the full path before taking the first step. But life does not reveal itself that way. It reveals itself gradually.
And when this is accepted, something begins to relax.
The pressure to figure everything out disappears. The mind becomes more open, less rushed, more willing to move forward without needing complete certainty. There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this. A trust that not knowing does not mean being lost. That uncertainty does not mean something is wrong. It simply means the process is still unfolding. This reduces a large part of daily anxiety.
Because many worries come from trying to resolve things too quickly.
Trying to define what is still unclear. Trying to reach a conclusion before enough information exists. Letting go of this need creates space. Space for clarity to arrive naturally. Space for thoughts to settle without being forced into answers. Space for decisions to form from understanding, not from pressure. Over time, the mind becomes more comfortable with not having everything figured out. It stops treating uncertainty as a threat.
And begins to see it as part of how life moves. This changes how situations are experienced. Instead of feeling stuck, there is a sense of openness.
Instead of feeling behind, there is a sense of progression, even without clear answers, because movement is no longer dependent on certainty. It is guided by awareness. And awareness does not need everything to be defined. It only needs to be present. And as this comfort with uncertainty begins to settle, another layer quietly comes into view. Because sometimes, the stress is not in not knowing what comes next. It is in trying to control what has already begun to unfold. And as uncertainty becomes easier to sit with, another layer begins to reveal itself, not from not knowing, but from trying too hard to know. Not from lack of direction, but from trying to force direction onto everything. Because even when the mind accepts that clarity takes time, it still reaches for control. A quiet grip forms. A need to shape outcomes, to manage every detail, to make sure nothing goes off track. And at first it feels like strength. It feels like responsibility. It feels like being prepared.
But slowly it turns into pressure.
This is the emotional cost of control. There is a tension that builds when the mind tries to hold everything in place. Not just actions, but outcomes. Not just decisions, but results. The mind begins to monitor everything.
Checking, adjusting, anticipating.
Trying to stay ahead of anything that might go wrong. But life does not stay still long enough to be controlled that way.
It shifts. It changes. It moves in directions that cannot always be predicted.
And when control meets unpredictability, stress begins, because the mind feels responsible for keeping things stable in a system that is constantly changing. This creates a constant state of tension. Even when things are going well, there is a need to maintain it, to make sure it stays that way, to prevent anything from disrupting it.
And this prevention becomes exhausting because it never ends.
There is always something that could change, always something that could go differently, always something that cannot be fully secured. The Stoics understood that control has limits. Not everything can be shaped, not everything can be guaranteed, and trying to extend control beyond what is actually possible creates unnecessary suffering. There is a difference between influence and control.
Influence works with reality.
Control tries to dominate it. And when control fails, as it often does, the emotional response is stronger. Frustration appears, resistance grows, a sense of failure begins to form, even when nothing was truly lost. Because the expectation was not just to act, but to ensure a specific result. This is where control becomes the source of stress.
Not because things went wrong, but because they did not stay exactly as planned.
There is also a deeper pattern behind this need for control.
It is often driven by fear.
Fear of uncertainty.
Fear of discomfort. Fear of outcomes that cannot be predicted. So the mind tries to reduce that fear by tightening its grip, by managing more, by planning further ahead, by controlling as many variables as possible. But this does not remove the fear. It only shifts it into a different form, a constant vigilance, a constant need to monitor.
A constant awareness that something could still go wrong, despite all the effort to prevent it.
This creates a cycle. The more control is applied, the more stress is created.
Because the mind becomes responsible for something it cannot fully guarantee.
Breaking this cycle begins with recognizing the limits of control, not as a weakness, but as a reality.
There are things that can be guided, and there are things that must be allowed.
Trying to treat both the same creates tension. Letting go of unnecessary control does not mean becoming passive.
It means focusing on what can actually be influenced.
Actions, effort, choices, and releasing what cannot be fully secured. Outcomes, reactions, external events. This creates immediate relief, because the mind is no longer trying to manage everything at once. It is grounded in what is real.
There is also a shift in how situations are approached.
Instead of asking, "How do I control this?" the question becomes, "How do I respond to this?" This changes everything, because response is always available. Control is not. And when the focus moves to response, the pressure reduces. Because the mind is no longer trying to hold everything together, it is simply engaging with what is in front of it. There is also a quiet trust that begins to form here. A trust that not everything needs to be managed in order for things to unfold.
That life has its own movement, its own adjustments,
its own balance that does not always require interference. And when this is allowed, something begins to soften. The grip loosens. The constant monitoring fades.
The need to control every outcome begins to dissolve,
because it is no longer seen as necessary. Over time, this creates a different experience of life, less rigid, less pressured, more adaptable, more open to change without immediate resistance. Because control is no longer the main response to uncertainty. Awareness is.
And awareness does not need to force anything.
It simply sees clearly and acts where it can. And as this clarity deepens, another pattern begins to surface. Because sometimes the stress is not in trying to control everything.
It is in the discomfort of leaving things unfinished, even when they do not need to be completed right away.
And as the grip on control begins to loosen, as the mind stops trying to manage every outcome, another quiet tension starts to rise, not from what is being controlled, but from what is left incomplete. Because even when control fades, there is still a pull,
A need to finish.
to close every loop, to resolve every thought, to complete every situation so nothing feels left hanging. And when something remains open, the mind does not rest easily. It returns to it, again and again. This is the discipline of letting things be unfinished. There is a discomfort that comes from incompleteness, a conversation that didn't end perfectly, a task that wasn't fully done, a decision that still feels uncertain.
These things linger.
Not because they are urgent, but because they are open. The mind does not like open loops. It wants resolution. It wants clarity. It wants a sense that everything has been handled and placed in its proper place.
But life does not move in perfect closures.
Many things remain unresolved, not because they are broken, but because they are still unfolding. And trying to force closure too early creates pressure, because the mind starts pushing for answers that are not ready, pushing for decisions that are not clear, pushing for conclusions that do not yet exist. This creates tension, not from the situation itself, but from the need to complete it immediately.
The Stoics understood that not everything needs to be finished in order to be at peace.
That some things can remain open without creating distress. But this requires discipline, because the natural habit is to return, to think about it again, to replay it, to try to solve it from different angles, as if one more thought will bring closure, but often it does not.
It only keeps the loop active.
There is a quiet shift that interrupts this pattern. Instead of asking, "How do I finish this?" the mind begins to ask, "Does this need to be finished right now?" And often the answer is no, because not everything requires immediate resolution. Some things need time. Some things need distance. Some things need to unfold without constant attention. Allowing this does not mean ignoring responsibility.
It means recognizing timing.
Knowing when something can be left as it is, without forcing it forward. There is also a deeper benefit to leaving things unfinished. It creates space. Space for new information. Space for perspective to shift. Space for clarity to develop naturally.
When the mind is constantly trying to close every loop, it becomes crowded.
There is no room for things to settle. No room for understanding to emerge without pressure.
But when something is allowed to remain open, the mind becomes lighter.
Less occupied, less tied to a single point of focus.
This also reduces the habit of overthinking.
Because many thought loops exist only to try to complete something that does not need immediate completion. A conversation is replayed, trying to find the perfect ending. A decision is revisited, trying to confirm it was the right one.
A situation is analyzed, trying to reach a conclusion that feels satisfying.
But satisfaction does not always come from finishing. Sometimes it comes from letting go.
From allowing things to remain as they are, without needing to define them fully.
There is also a quiet trust that develops here. A trust that not everything needs to be resolved immediately for things to move forward. That life continues, even with open loops. And that those loops often close on their own, when given time.
This reduces the pressure to constantly return to unfinished thoughts.
Because they are no longer seen as problems that must be solved. They are simply part of a process that is still unfolding.
Over time, this changes how the mind interacts with incompleteness.
It becomes less reactive, less driven to fix everything at once. more comfortable with things being open without needing to control them.
There is also a sense of relief that comes from this.
A recognition that not every loose end needs attention, that some things can remain as they are without creating stress. And in that recognition, the mind becomes calmer, more spacious, less tied to the need for constant resolution.
Because closure is no longer required for peace.
Peace exists even in the presence of unfinished things, and as this becomes clearer, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the stress is not in things being unfinished. It is in how much importance is placed on how others see you, even when nothing has been said. And as the mind becomes more comfortable leaving things unfinished, another quiet tension begins to rise, not from what is incomplete, but from how it might be seen, because even when nothing is said, the mind starts to fill the silence. It begins to wonder,
What do they think about me?
there is a subtle shift that happens in everyday moments. A glance, a pause, a short reply, and without any clear signal, the mind creates one. They must be judging me. They probably noticed something was off. I didn't come across the right way. Nothing has been confirmed. Nothing has been expressed.
But the feeling is real.
This is the anxiety of social perception. It does not come from actual judgment, but from imagined judgment. The mind creates an audience, even when none exists. It builds opinions on behalf of others. It fills in gaps with assumptions, and then reacts to those assumptions as if they were facts. This creates a quiet pressure that follows many interactions,
A need to appear a certain way, to say the right thing, to avoid being misunderstood. And when something feels slightly off, the mind returns to it.
replaying, analyzing, adjusting, trying to fix something that may not even be broken. The Stoics understood that much of this anxiety comes from giving too much importance to how others see you.
Not because people do not have opinions, but because those opinions are not within your control.
And yet the mind tries to manage them. It tries to shape how it is perceived, to anticipate reactions, to avoid any form of negative judgment before it even happens. But this creates tension, because perception is not something that can be fully controlled. Each person sees through their own perspective, their own experiences, their own internal narratives, and those perspectives are constantly shifting.
Trying to manage all of them is impossible,
But the mind continues to try, and in doing so, it creates a constant background anxiety, even in neutral situations, even in moments where nothing is actually wrong. There is a quiet awareness of being observed,
Of being evaluated.
and this awareness changes behavior. It makes actions less natural, less relaxed, because the focus is no longer on what is being done, but on how it might be seen. This pulls attention outward, away from the present moment, into a space that is based on assumption, not reality.
breaking this pattern begins with recognizing something simple.
Most people are not thinking about you as much as you think they are. They are focused on themselves, their own thoughts, their own concerns. Just as you are. This does not remove all judgment, but it reduces its importance, because it becomes clear that you are not at the center of every perception. There is also a shift in how thoughts about others are treated. Instead of assuming what someone thinks, the mind begins to see that it does not actually know, and that not knowing is not a problem. It removes the need to fill in the gap, to create a story, to build a reaction around something that was never confirmed. This reduces overthinking immediately.
Because many thought loops are built on trying to understand what others might be thinking.
When that need is released, the loop loses its foundation. There is also a deeper freedom in allowing others to think whatever they think, without needing to control it. Not out of indifference, but out of clarity. Understanding that your actions are yours, your intentions are yours, but how they are interpreted is not. This creates space. Space to act naturally. Space to speak without over-adjusting. Space to exist without constantly monitoring how it appears from the outside. Over time, this changes how interactions feel. They become lighter, less pressured, more genuine, because the mind is no longer trying to manage an invisible audience.
It is simply present.
And from that presence, behavior becomes more aligned, more consistent, less influenced by imagined judgment. There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this.
A sense that you do not need to be seen a certain way in order to be steady. That your value is not dependent on how others interpret you in a given moment.
And with that confidence, anxiety begins to fade. Not because judgment disappears, but because it no longer holds the same weight.
It becomes just another possibility, not something that needs to be controlled or avoided at all costs.
And as this freedom deepens, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes, the stress is not in how others see you. It is in how much the mind continues to talk, even when nothing needs to be said. And as the noise of imagined judgment begins to fade, something else becomes noticeable. Not from others, not from the outside, but from within.
Because even in silence, the mind keeps talking.
A constant stream, commenting, explaining, replaying, turning every moment into something that needs to be described, analyzed, or understood immediately. And over time, that quiet voice becomes loud, not in volume, but in presence, always there.
Always adding something.
This is where another layer of stress is created, not from events, not from people, but from the constant internal commentary that never fully stops.
The mind does not just experience life, it narrates it.
This is good. This is bad. This shouldn't be happening. I should have done that differently. Every moment becomes a conversation.
And that conversation adds weight.
Because instead of simply experiencing what is happening, the mind is always adding something extra. A judgment, a story, a reaction layered on top of the moment itself. The Stoics understood that peace begins when this commentary begins to quiet down.
Not because thoughts disappear, but because they are no longer constantly expanded.
There is a difference between a thought and the commentary that follows it. A thought appears, and then the mind builds around it, adds meaning, adds interpretation, adds emotional weight. And it is this second layer, the ongoing commentary, that creates most of the stress, because it never ends.
Even when nothing is happening, the mind continues.
Revisiting, replaying, reacting to things that are no longer present. This creates a constant background noise, one that makes it difficult to feel calm, even in quiet moments. The power of inner silence is not about forcing the mind to stop completely. It is about reducing the need to comment on everything,
allowing moments to exist without immediately adding meaning to them.
Something happens, and instead of explaining it, the mind observes it. A feeling appears, and instead of analyzing it, the mind allows it.
This creates space.
Space between the experience and the reaction to the experience.
And in that space, something begins to settle.
The intensity reduces, because the mind is no longer amplifying everything it touches. There is also a deeper shift that happens here. Many thoughts are not stressful on their own. It is the repetition, the elaboration, the continuous commentary that turns them into something heavy, A simple mistake becomes a long internal discussion. A small discomfort becomes a detailed analysis. And through that process, the feeling grows, not because the situation changed, but because the mind kept adding to it. When commentary is reduced, this pattern weakens.
The thought appears and then it passes.
Without being expanded,
Without being repeated.
Without being turned into something larger than it needs to be.
this does not mean ignoring thoughts. It means not engaging with every layer they create.
There is also a physical calm that comes from this. The body responds to mental activity.
Constant thinking creates tension. The breath becomes shallow. The muscles tighten. The system stays active. But when the mind becomes quieter, the body follows. Breathing slows. Tension reduces. The nervous system begins to settle because there is less stimulation coming from within. There is also a quiet clarity that emerges from inner silence. When the mind is not constantly talking, it becomes easier to see what actually matters. Decisions become simpler because they are not buried under layers of unnecessary thought.
Reactions become more precise.
Because they are not driven by continuous internal noise, there is also a sense of presence that returns. Because attention is no longer pulled into constant commentary,
It remains with what is actually happening, not what is being said about it internally.
over time, this creates a different experience of life. Less crowded, less reactive, more stable, because the mind is no longer filling every moment with unnecessary dialogue. It allows silence, and that silence is not empty. It is clear.
It is steady.
It is enough. And from that silence, something deeper begins to grow, a sense of calm that does not depend on circumstances, a steadiness that is not easily disturbed, because there is less internal noise to amplify what happens externally.
And as this silence becomes more familiar, another pattern begins to reveal itself.
Because sometimes, the stress is not in how much the mind speaks. It is in how easily it turns small thoughts into something much bigger than they are. And as the mind begins to quiet, as that constant inner commentary starts to fade, something else becomes easier to notice. Not the noise itself, but what the noise was doing, because even when the mind speaks less, it still has a tendency, a direction it leans toward. And often, that direction goes straight to the worst possible outcome. A small thought appears, and the mind stretches it.
A delay becomes a problem. A problem becomes a failure.
A failure becomes something permanent, and before anything has actually happened, the mind has already arrived at the worst ending.
This is the habit of catastrophizing.
It does not wait for evidence. It does not move step by step. It jumps
From a simple situation to an exaggerated conclusion.
This will go wrong. This will turn into something bigger. This will not work out. These thoughts feel urgent. They feel protective, as if the mind is trying to prepare for what could happen.
But it is not preparing.
It is amplifying.
Because the situation has not changed. Only the interpretation has. The Stoics understood that the mind often suffers more from imagined extremes than from reality itself.
A single moment becomes expanded beyond its actual size.
Not because it is that serious, but because the mind keeps adding to it. There is also a pattern in how this happens.
The mind rarely stays in the present version of the situation. It moves forward.
It builds a chain. If this happens, then that will happen. And then everything will fall apart.
Each step feels connected.
Each outcome feels logical. But the entire chain is built on assumption, not on certainty.
And once that chain is created, the body responds to it.
Stress rises, tension builds,
Because the mind is reacting to an outcome that does not exist.
This is how small situations become overwhelming. Not because they are overwhelming, but because they have been expanded beyond their actual scale. There is also a deeper reason why the mind leans toward worst-case scenarios. It believes that expecting the worst will reduce the impact if it happens. That being prepared for the negative will create safety. But in reality, it creates constant stress. Because the mind is always rehearsing something heavy, even when nothing is wrong.
Breaking this habit does not require forcing positive thinking.
It requires seeing the exaggeration clearly. When a thought begins to expand, there is a moment to pause, to ask a simple question. What is actually happening right now? Not what could happen.
Not what might follow.
But what is real in this moment?
And most of the time, the answer is simple. The situation is small,
Contained.
manageable. This brings the mind back from the extreme to the actual. There is also another shift that weakens catastrophizing. Instead of following the entire chain, the mind focuses on the next step only, not 10 steps ahead.
Not the final outcome.
Just the immediate response. If something goes wrong, what can be done then?
This keeps the situation grounded, because it removes the need to solve everything at once.
It turns a large imagined problem into a series of small manageable actions. There is also a quiet understanding that develops here. Most worst-case scenarios never happen.
And even when something does go wrong, it rarely unfolds in the extreme way the mind imagined.
Reality tends to be more balanced,
More flexible.
more manageable than the version created in thought. Recognizing this reduces the power of exaggerated thinking because the mind begins to see its own pattern, how it jumps, how it expands.
How it creates intensity where there is none yet.
Over time, this awareness slows the process. The jump becomes shorter. The chain becomes weaker. The exaggeration becomes easier to notice. And once it is noticed, it begins to lose its grip. There is also a calm that comes from staying with what is real instead of what is imagined. Because the present moment is usually less extreme than the mind suggests, less dramatic, less overwhelming, and when attention stays there, stress begins to reduce naturally.
Because the mind is no longer reacting to something far beyond the situation.
It is responding to what is actually happening, and that is often enough.
Over time, this changes how challenges are experienced. They become smaller.
More contained, less intimidating.
Because they are no longer being expanded into something much larger.
They are seen clearly, handled directly.
And allowed to pass without unnecessary weight.
And as this habit begins to weaken, another pattern starts to reveal itself. Because sometimes, the stress is not in exaggerating the future. It is in assuming meaning too quickly, without fully understanding what is actually happening. And as those exaggerated worst-case scenarios begin to shrink, another pattern quietly steps forward. Not about the future this time, but about the present. Because even when the mind stops jumping too far ahead, it still reacts quickly to what is happening right now, and often it reacts in the wrong direction. There is a moment when something small happens. A message feels short. A tone sounds different. A response is delayed. Nothing has been explained. Nothing has been confirmed. But the mind moves fast. They're being disrespectful. They're ignoring me on purpose. Something is wrong here. And just like that, a conclusion is formed. This is the misinterpretation reflex. It is automatic. It is quick. And most of the time, it leans negative. Not because the situation is negative, but because the mind is trying to protect itself from possible harm. It scans for threat. And when something is unclear, It fills the gap with the worst reasonable explanation.
This feels like awareness.
But it is not clarity, it is assumption. The Stoics understood that much of emotional disturbance comes from judging things too quickly, not waiting, not observing fully, but deciding before enough information is available, and once that decision is made, the reaction follows. Tension builds.
Defensiveness appears.
A simple situation becomes heavy, not because of what actually happened, but because of what was assumed. There is also a pattern in how this reflex operates.
It rarely considers neutral explanations.
It rarely pauses to ask, what else could this mean? It goes straight to intent.
They meant this. They did this on purpose.
But intent is one of the hardest things to know from the outside.
Because it exists inside someone else's mind, not yours.
And yet, the mind treats its guess as fact. This is where unnecessary stress begins. Because the reaction is not based on reality, but on interpretation. And when that interpretation is wrong, the response becomes misaligned.
A defensive reaction to something that was not an attack.
A feeling of hurt where there was no intention to hurt.
This creates friction.
In conversations, in relationships,
And within the mind itself.
There is a quiet shift that interrupts this pattern.
instead of accepting the first interpretation, the mind pauses. It asks a simple question. Do I actually know this, or am I assuming it? This question creates space, because it separates what is known from what is imagined, and often the imagined part is much larger. There is also another shift that helps dissolve this reflex. Considering alternative explanations,
Not forcing positive ones, but simply opening the possibility that the first interpretation is not the only one.
a short message may come from distraction. A delay may come from busyness.
A tone may come from something unrelated entirely.
These possibilities are just as real, but they are often ignored, because the mind is focused on the negative version. Expanding the view reduces intensity, because the situation becomes less certain, less fixed. And when certainty drops, the emotional reaction softens.
There is also a deeper understanding that develops here.
Most people are not acting with you as the center of their intention. They are moving through their own thoughts, their own concerns, their own internal world, just as you are. Recognizing this removes the automatic link between their actions and your interpretation, because not everything is directed. Some things are simply happening, without intent, without meaning attached to you.
Over time, this awareness slows the reflex.
The immediate assumption becomes less convincing. The mind becomes more patient, more willing to wait before deciding what something means.
This reduces unnecessary conflict, because reactions are no longer based on incomplete understanding.
They are grounded in observation, in clarity, in what is actually known. There is also a calm that comes from not needing to define everything instantly, from allowing situations to remain open until more is understood. This prevents the mind from locking into a negative interpretation too quickly. And once that space is created, many situations resolve themselves naturally, without needing a strong reaction, without needing to be corrected or defended against.
Because they were never what the mind first assumed them to be.
Over time, this changes how interactions feel. Less tense, less reactive,
More balanced.
because the mind is no longer jumping to conclusions without evidence. It is observing, waiting, understanding before responding.
And as this reflex begins to weaken, another pattern quietly begins to emerge.
Because sometimes the stress is not in how others are interpreted. It is in how tightly the mind holds on to outcomes. even after they are already unfolding. And as the mind begins to stop misreading every situation, another pattern quietly comes into view. Not about what others mean, but about what things should become. Because even when the present is understood more clearly, the mind still reaches forward, not with fear this time, but with attachment.
A silent expectation that says, this must turn out a certain way.
There is a tension that appears after effort is given, after time is invested, after something meaningful is done. The action is complete, but the mind does not rest. It waits, it watches, it begins to measure.
Did this work? Was it enough? Will this give me the result I want? And in that waiting, stress returns.
This is the attachment to outcomes. It does not come from the effort itself, but from what is expected after it. The mind connects action to result so tightly that anything uncertain feels uncomfortable,
Because the result becomes the proof.
proof that the effort mattered, proof that the action was right, proof that the time was not wasted. And when that proof is not immediate or not guaranteed, the mind becomes restless. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that effort and outcome are not the same thing. One belongs to you, the other does not. You can act with intention, you can prepare, you can give your best. But once the action is done, the result moves beyond your control. It is shaped by many factors: timing, circumstances, other people, things that cannot be fully managed. And trying to control those things creates pressure, because the mind begins to hold on to something it cannot fully influence. This is where stress builds, not from doing the work, but from needing the result to match a specific expectation. There is a quiet shift that changes this completely. Instead of focusing on what will come from this, the attention returns to what is being done.
The effort itself.
The quality of the action.
The intention behind it. This brings the mind back into control, because effort is always available.
It is always within reach.
It does not depend on external factors. It does not require waiting.
It simply requires presence.
When focus stays on effort, something begins to settle. The need to constantly check outcomes fades,
The pressure to see results immediately reduces.
because the value is no longer tied to what happens next.
It is grounded in what is being done now.
There is also a deeper freedom in this approach. Actions become cleaner, less forced.
Less driven by fear of failure or desire for validation.
Because they are no longer performed only for the result. They are performed for their own sake, with care, with attention. And this often leads to better outcomes, but without the stress of chasing them. There is also a shift in how success is experienced. It is no longer something that happens later, when a result appears.
It is present in the action itself,
In doing something well,
In showing up with clarity.
in completing what can be controlled, without needing to secure what cannot. This removes a large part of daily anxiety, because many worries come from waiting for outcomes to confirm something, to confirm progress, to confirm worth, to confirm that things are moving in the right direction.
But when attention returns to effort, that confirmation is no longer needed.
Because the direction is already being lived, not waited for.
There is also a quiet resilience that develops here, because when outcomes do not go as expected, the impact is lighter.
Not because it does not matter, but because identity is no longer tied to it. The effort remains, the action remains. And that is enough to move forward.
Without needing to hold on to what did not happen.
Over time, this creates a steadier way of moving through life, less dependent on results, less affected by changes, more consistent,
Because the focus is always within reach.
not in something that may or may not come. This does not remove ambition.
It removes attachment.
And without attachment, effort becomes clearer, more direct, less burdened by expectation. There is also a sense of calm in this, because once the action is done, the mind can rest. It does not need to keep checking. It does not need to keep adjusting what is no longer in its control. It simply waits, without pressure. And when the result arrives, it is met with the same clarity, without resistance, without overreaction.
Because it is no longer the center of everything.
It is just one part of a larger process.
And as this detachment becomes more natural, another pattern begins to reveal itself.
Because sometimes the stress is not in waiting for outcomes, it is in how much the mind moves through time, instead of staying with what is actually here. And as the grip on outcomes begins to loosen, as the mind stops waiting for results to feel at ease, another pattern quietly comes into view, not about what happens next, but about where the mind spends most of its time. Because even when nothing is wrong, the mind is rarely here. It moves,
Backward, forward.
almost never still. There is a subtle habit that shapes how every moment is experienced, not through what is happening, but through where attention goes.
A task is being done, but the mind is somewhere else.
Revisiting something that already happened, or rehearsing something that has not happened yet.
This is mental time travel,
And it creates a quiet but constant stress.
because the present moment is rarely experienced on its own.
It is always mixed with something else, a memory, a projection.
A thought that pulls attention away from what is actually happening. The Stoics understood that peace exists only in the present.
Not in the past, which cannot be changed, not in the future, which has not yet arrived, but in what is happening now. And yet, the mind resists staying here. It returns to the past, trying to replay, understand, or correct what has already ended. I should have said something different. That could have gone better. Why did that happen?
These thoughts feel like reflection.
But when they repeat, they become weight.
Because the situation cannot be changed, but the mind keeps engaging with it as if it can.
This creates tension, not from the event itself, but from trying to interact with something that no longer exists. At the same time, the mind moves forward, planning, anticipating, preparing.
But often beyond what is necessary.
What will happen next? How will this turn out? What if something goes wrong? And just like with the past, this creates stress, because the future cannot be controlled in the present moment. So the mind stays active without resolution.
Moving between two places that are not here.
And this movement becomes exhausting, because attention is never settled. It is always being pulled, always shifting, never fully present. This is why even simple moments can feel heavy.
Because they are not experienced on their own.
They are combined with past thoughts and future concerns.
And that combination creates pressure. Returning to the present is not about ignoring the past or future. It is about recognizing when they are not needed. There is a quiet awareness that can be practiced. A simple question: what is happening right now?
Not what happened earlier.
Not what might happen later, but what is real in this moment.
This question brings attention back.
Out of memory, out of imagination.
Into clarity.
And most of the time, the present is manageable, simple, less intense than the thoughts surrounding it. There is also a physical grounding that supports this shift. Attention to the breath, to the body, to what is being seen, heard, or felt. These are anchors.
They do not exist in the past or future.
They exist only now.
And when attention rests there,
The mind begins to settle. The constant movement slows. The need to revisit and predict reduces.
Because the present moment does not require that level of activity.
It only requires awareness. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. The past is a memory,
The future is a possibility.
but the present is the only place where action happens, the only place where anything can be done. And when attention remains here, actions become clearer, more effective, because they are not influenced by unnecessary weight from other timelines. Over time, this changes how stress is experienced.
It reduces naturally.
Not because problems disappear, but because the mind is no longer carrying extra layers from past and future. It is dealing with what is actually in front of it.
And that is often enough.
There is also a sense of calm that grows from this, a steadiness that does not depend on resolving everything, because the mind is no longer trying to live in multiple timelines at once. It is grounded, present, clear. And from that clarity, life feels lighter, less rushed,
Less overwhelming.
because it is no longer being expanded beyond the current moment. And as this presence becomes more natural, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the stress is not in where the mind goes. It is in how much discomfort is resisted, instead of simply allowed. And as the mind begins to settle into the present, as it stops moving endlessly between past and future, another layer quietly reveals itself, not from time, but from sensation. Because even when everything is here, there is still something the mind resists. Discomfort. A feeling arises. Tension in the chest, restlessness in the body, a sense that something is not quite right.
And almost instantly, the mind reacts.
This shouldn't be here. I need to get rid of this. Something must be wrong.
There is a reflex that treats discomfort as a problem.
Not just something to feel, but something to fix immediately. This is where another kind of stress begins. Because the mind is not only experiencing discomfort, it is fighting it.
And that fight adds a second layer of pressure.
The Stoics understood that discomfort is not the same as danger, but the mind often confuses the two. A difficult feeling appears, and it is treated as a signal that something is wrong. But many forms of discomfort are simply part of being human. Uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Growth feels uncomfortable. Waiting feels uncomfortable. Even silence can feel uncomfortable. But none of these are threats.
They are experiences.
And when they are treated as threats, the mind begins to react unnecessarily. It tries to escape, to distract, to replace the feeling with something else as quickly as possible.
But this creates a cycle.
Because the more discomfort is avoided, the less tolerance there is for it. And the less tolerance there is, the more intense it feels when it appears. This is how small discomfort turns into anxiety. Not because the feeling is strong, but because the mind has learned to resist it. There is a quiet shift that breaks this pattern.
Instead of asking, how do I get rid of this?
The mind begins to ask, what happens if I just let this be here, not forcing it to stay, not pushing it away, just allowing it? This changes the relationship with the feeling, because when discomfort is not resisted, it begins to move differently. It rises, it stays, and then it passes on its own,
Without needing to be controlled.
There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Most discomfort is temporary. It does not stay the same. It shifts. It changes intensity. It moves through the body and fades when it is not held on to. But when the mind resists it, it becomes fixed,
It stays longer.
because attention keeps it active. Allowing discomfort does not mean liking it.
It means not turning it into something bigger than it is.
A sensation, not a signal of danger. A moment, not a permanent state. This reduces fear,
because the mind is no longer reacting to discomfort as if it needs to be eliminated immediately.
It becomes something that can be experienced without panic. There is also a physical calm that comes from this acceptance.
When resistance drops, the body softens.
The breath becomes slower,
The tension begins to release naturally.
because there is no longer a struggle happening on top of the sensation.
Over time, this builds resilience.
Not by removing discomfort, but by changing how it is handled.
The mind becomes less reactive.
Less urgent, more stable in the presence of difficult feelings,
Because it has learned that discomfort does not mean something is wrong.
it simply means something is being experienced. There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this,
A sense that not every feeling needs to be fixed.
that not every sensation needs to be controlled, and that you can remain steady, even when things feel uncomfortable. This removes a large part of daily stress, because many reactions are driven by the need to escape discomfort quickly. When that need fades, reactions become slower, more grounded, less driven by urgency,
And from that place, choices become clearer.
Because they are not made from resistance, but from awareness.
Over time, this creates a different experience of difficult moments.
They become less overwhelming, less intense.
because they are no longer being amplified by fear. They are simply allowed to pass, as they were meant to. And as this understanding deepens, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes, the stress is not in the discomfort itself. It is in the belief that what is being felt will last forever. And as the mind begins to sit with discomfort, without trying to escape it, another quiet illusion starts to surface. Not from the feeling itself, but from how long it seems like it will last. Because when something feels heavy, the mind does something subtle. It stretches time. A difficult moment appears, and instead of seeing it as temporary, the mind begins to believe it will stay. This isn't going away. This is just how things are now. This will keep happening.
And just like that, a passing experience turns into something that feels permanent.
This is the illusion of permanent problems. It does not come from reality, but from how the mind interprets duration. When something is uncomfortable, time feels slower.
The moment feels longer.
And the longer it feels, the more the mind assumes it will continue. But most stress does not stay. It moves and
It rises, it shifts, and then it fades. But the mind rarely waits long enough to see that. It reacts early. It labels the feeling as lasting before it has had a chance to pass. The Stoics understood that many disturbances feel stronger than they are because they are viewed as permanent. Not just this is happening, but this will keep happening. And that belief adds weight, because something temporary feels manageable.
but something that seems endless feels overwhelming.
There is also a pattern in how this illusion forms.
The mind takes the present moment and extends it into the future. A bad day becomes a bad phase. A difficult situation becomes a lasting condition. A single feeling becomes a fixed state.
But this extension is not based on evidence.
It is based on how the moment feels.
And feelings are not stable indicators of duration. They change.
Often faster than expected.
There is a quiet shift that breaks this illusion. Instead of asking, "How long will this last?" the mind returns to, "What is happening right now?" Just this moment. Not the next hour, not tomorrow, not beyond. Just what is present. And in most cases, the moment is smaller than the mind suggests, more contained, less overwhelming when not stretched into the future. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Everything moves, emotions change, situations evolve, circumstances shift. What feels heavy now often feels different later. Not because something dramatic happened, but because time allowed it to move.
Recognizing this reduces the urgency to escape the moment.
Because it is no longer seen as something that will stay the same. It is part of a process, and processes change.
There is also a quiet patience that grows from this awareness.
A willingness to let things unfold without immediately deciding how long they will last. This reduces anxiety.
Because the mind is no longer trying to predict duration.
It is simply experiencing what is present without adding a future to it. Over time, this changes how difficult moments are handled. They become less intimidating because they are no longer viewed as permanent states. They are seen as temporary experiences. And temporary experiences do not require panic. They require presence. There is also a calm that comes from remembering that many things have passed before. Situations that once felt overwhelming are no longer here. Feelings that once felt intense have faded. This is not because they were solved perfectly, but because time moved them forward. The same will happen again.
This understanding creates trust,
Not in controlling the moment, but in its ability to change. And that trust reduces stress,
because the mind is no longer holding on to the idea that things will stay the same forever.
It allows them to move naturally, without resistance, without needing to define how long they will last.
There is also a shift in how the future is viewed.
Instead of extending the present feeling forward, the mind remains open, allowing the possibility that things will change, that new information will come, that the situation will evolve.
And when this openness is present, the sense of being stuck begins to fade.
Because the mind is no longer locked into a single version of what is happening. It sees movement, even if that movement is not immediate. Over time, this creates a lighter experience of stress, because the mind is no longer adding permanence to something temporary. It allows the moment to exist and then to pass, without turning it into something larger than it is.
And as this understanding deepens, another pattern begins to reveal itself.
Because sometimes the stress is not in how long something lasts. It is in how much attention is given to things that were never worth holding on to in the first place. And as the illusion of permanence begins to dissolve, another quiet truth starts to emerge. Not everything that appears in your mind deserves to stay there, because even when things are temporary, they can still feel heavy if attention keeps returning to them. There is a limited space within the mind, and what fills that space is not always what matters, but what is given attention. A small comment, a minor mistake, a brief moment that meant very little. Yet the mind returns to it again
And again.
and each time it does, it grows. Not in reality, but in importance.
This is where another layer of stress is created. Not from the situation itself, but from the attention it continues to receive.
This is the discipline of selective attention. There is a quiet habit most people never question. The belief that whatever enters the mind must be followed, that every thought deserves focus, that every detail must be understood or resolved. But attention is not automatic, it is chosen. And what is chosen becomes stronger.
The Stoics understood that energy follows attention.
Where the mind stays, the experience deepens.
So if attention stays on something small, it begins to feel large.
If attention stays on something negative, it begins to feel constant, not because it truly is, but because it is being fed.
There is also a pattern in how attention is pulled.
It is rarely drawn to what is calm or stable.
It moves toward what feels unresolved,
What feels uncertain.
what carries emotional weight.
And this makes sense.
The mind is trying to understand, trying to protect, trying to solve. But not everything needs to be solved. Not everything needs to be held. Some things can pass through without being followed.
This is where discipline begins.
Not in controlling what appears, but in choosing what stays. A thought arises, and instead of automatically engaging with it, there is a pause. Is this worth my attention? Not because it is loud,
Not because it is emotional.
but because it is useful, because it leads somewhere meaningful, because it deserves energy.
And often, the answer is no.
Many thoughts do not lead anywhere. They repeat, they circle, they add nothing new, and yet they are followed. Because they feel important in the moment. Breaking this pattern changes everything. Because once attention is no longer given automatically, the mind becomes quieter, not by force.
But by selection.
There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Attention is a form of investment. Every moment spent focusing on something gives it value. So choosing carefully becomes essential.
Not everything deserves to grow.
Not everything deserves space. Not everything deserves energy.
There is also a shift in how distractions are seen.
They are not always external. Many are internal. Thoughts that pull attention away from what matters,
From what is present.
from what is actually happening. And when these distractions are followed, clarity is lost,
Because attention is divided.
scattered, pulled in different directions. But when attention is directed intentionally, something changes. The mind becomes more focused, more stable.
Less reactive. Because it is no longer moving automatically.
It is choosing where to stay. There is also a sense of control that grows from this, not over thoughts, but over engagement. Because the mind is no longer at the mercy of whatever appears,
It becomes selective.
intentional, and with that intention, stress begins to reduce.
Because energy is no longer being spent on everything.
Only on what matters. Over time, this creates a different experience of daily life,
Less cluttered.
less overwhelming, because the mind is no longer holding on to every small detail. It is filtering, letting go.
Moving on without unnecessary attachment.
There is also a quiet clarity that comes from this practice, because when attention is not scattered, understanding becomes sharper, decisions become easier, actions become more aligned.
Because they are not influenced by irrelevant noise.
They are grounded in what is actually important,
And in that clarity, something settles.
a sense that not everything needs to be engaged with, that not everything deserves space, and that choosing where to place attention is one of the most powerful ways to reduce stress. And as this discipline becomes stronger, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the stress is not in what you focus on. It is in how quickly you react without giving yourself time to respond. And as attention becomes more intentional, as the mind stops giving energy to everything that appears, another pattern quietly comes into focus. Not about what is being seen, but about how quickly it is acted on. Because even when you choose what to focus on, there is still a moment where something triggers a response, and that response often comes too fast, before understanding,
Before clarity.
Before choice.
There is a surge that rises in an instant.
a word is heard, and irritation appears. A situation shifts, and frustration follows. A small discomfort arises, and the body reacts immediately. This is emotional reactivity. It is automatic. It is fast,
and it often feels justified.
because the reaction seems to match the moment. But most of the time, it is not coming from the moment itself. It is coming from habit, from patterns that have been repeated so often, they no longer feel like choices. They feel like who you are. The Stoics understood that between what happens and how you respond, there is always a space.
And in that space, there is freedom.
But when reactivity takes over, that space disappears. Everything becomes immediate.
A trigger appears, and the response follows without pause.
And once it begins, it builds.
Thoughts reinforce the feeling. The feeling drives the action. And the action often creates more tension than the original situation ever did. This is where the burden begins, not in what happened, but in how quickly it was reacted to.
Because reactive responses are rarely precise.
They are driven by intensity, not clarity. They are shaped by past experiences, not present understanding. And once they are expressed, they cannot be taken back. This creates a cycle,
React, regret, replay.
and that replay becomes another source of stress. Thinking about what could have been done differently,
What should have been said instead.
and this adds weight to future moments because the mind becomes more tense, more cautious, more reactive again. Breaking this cycle begins with slowing down the moment, not stopping it completely, but creating just enough space to see clearly. A feeling rises.
And instead of acting on it immediately, there is awareness.
This is a reaction, not a command,
Not a necessity.
just a response forming. This recognition changes everything, because once the reaction is seen, it is no longer automatic.
There is a choice.
To follow it, or to let it pass. Responding is different from reacting. A reaction is immediate.
A response is intentional.
It comes after a moment of clarity.
After understanding what is actually happening, not just what is being felt. This does not mean suppressing emotion.
It means allowing it to be there, without letting it take control. There is also a physical element to this shift.
When reactivity rises, the body becomes active.
Breath shortens, muscles tighten,
Energy moves quickly.
and if this energy is followed, the reaction becomes stronger. But if it is observed,
If the breath slows,
If the body is allowed to settle,
the intensity begins to fade. Because emotion is not constant, it rises.
and then it falls,
If it is not fed, this is where control returns,
Not by stopping the feeling.
but by not acting on it immediately. Over time, this creates a different pattern. The space between stimulus and response becomes larger. Reactions become less frequent, less intense, because they are no longer being reinforced.
there is also a sense of stability that grows from this.
A feeling that you are no longer being pulled in every direction by what happens. That you can remain steady, even when things are uncertain.
Because you are not reacting automatically.
You are choosing how to respond. This changes how situations unfold.
Conversations become calmer. Decisions become clearer.
Mistakes become fewer, because they are no longer driven by immediate emotional intensity. They are guided by awareness, and awareness creates precision. There is also a deeper freedom in this, because you are no longer controlled by what happens. You are participating in it consciously, not reacting to it automatically. And with that freedom, stress begins to reduce. Because the mind is no longer caught in cycles of reaction and regret. It is steady, present, clear. And as this steadiness grows, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the stress is not in reacting too quickly. It is in how difficult it feels to make a decision when nothing feels completely certain.
And as reactions begin to slow, As that space between stimulus and response becomes clearer, another quiet struggle starts to surface, not from reacting too quickly, but from not moving at all.
Because when the mind becomes more aware, it also becomes more careful, and sometimes too careful. There is a moment when a choice needs to be made,
Small or large, it does not matter.
and instead of moving forward, the mind pauses, then hesitates, then begins to circle. What if this is the wrong choice? What if there is a better option? What if I regret this later? And just like that, action stops. This is decision paralysis. It does not come from lack of options, but from too much pressure around choosing.
Because the mind is no longer just making a decision.
It is trying to make the perfect decision, one without risk, one without regret, one that guarantees the best outcome. But that kind of decision does not exist. The Stoics understood that uncertainty is part of every choice. No decision comes with full clarity. No path reveals everything in advance. And trying to remove all uncertainty creates more of it. Because the mind keeps searching, comparing, analyzing every possible outcome.
Looking for a level of certainty that cannot be reached.
This creates a loop. Think, doubt, think again. And with each cycle, confidence drops. Because the more options are examined, the more flaws are found. Every path begins to look incomplete. Every choice begins to feel risky. And the result is stillness. Not calm stillness, but stuck stillness,
Where nothing moves, but the mind keeps working.
This is exhausting because energy is being spent without progress. And over time, this creates stress, not from making the wrong decision, but from not making any decision at all.
There is a quiet shift that breaks this pattern.
Instead of asking, what is the perfect choice? The mind begins to ask, what is the next reasonable step? Not perfect, not guaranteed.
Just reasonable.
This reduces pressure immediately because the decision no longer needs to solve everything. It only needs to move things forward. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Clarity often comes after action, not before it. A step is taken, and new information appears. A direction is chosen.
And the path becomes clearer as it unfolds.
But when action is delayed, that clarity never arrives, because it depends on movement, not on thinking alone. The Stoics focused on what could be controlled. And in decision-making, that is the intention behind the choice.
The effort to choose carefully.
The awareness of the moment, not the outcome that follows. Because once the decision is made, the result moves beyond full control.
And trying to predict it perfectly only creates more hesitation.
There is also a shift in how mistakes are viewed. Instead of something to avoid completely, they are seen as part of the process, not failures, but information. Something that reveals what works and what does not. This removes fear because the cost of making a decision is no longer seen as permanent damage. It becomes part of learning, part of movement, part of progress. There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this, not from always choosing correctly, but from knowing that any choice can be adjusted. That direction is not fixed,
That paths can change.
and that you are not locked into one decision forever,
This reduces the weight of each choice.
because it no longer carries the pressure of being final. It becomes flexible, adaptable.
And when decisions feel lighter, they become easier to make.
Over time, this changes how action feels, less heavy,
Less risky. More natural.
because the mind is no longer trying to eliminate all uncertainty. It is moving with it, working through it, instead of waiting for it to disappear. And with that movement, something begins to settle. The hesitation fades. The overthinking reduces.
Because the need for perfection is no longer driving the process.
Clarity begins to grow through action, not before it.
And as this becomes more natural, another pattern begins to reveal itself.
Because sometimes the stress is not in making decisions. It is in not fully accepting what is outside your control, even after the decision has been made.
And as decisions become easier to make, as the mind stops freezing in the search for perfection, another quiet tension begins to surface, not from choosing, but from what happens after the choice is made.
Because even when a decision is clear, the mind does not always let it go. It stays attached, watching, checking, trying to manage what comes next, as if the outcome still depends entirely on you.
There is a subtle pressure that follows action.
A need to make sure everything works out, to keep adjusting, to stay in control, even when the situation has already moved beyond your reach.
This is where another layer of stress begins.
Not from what you did, but from what you are still trying to control.
The Stoics were very clear about this boundary.
There are things that belong to you, and things that do not.
Your effort belongs to you.
Your intention belongs to you.
Your decision belongs to you.
But what happens after that does not fully belong to you.
And when this boundary is ignored, tension builds. Because the mind begins to take responsibility for outcomes it cannot fully shape. It tries to influence every detail, to manage every possibility, to secure a result that depends on more than just your actions. But this effort never fully settles, because there is always something outside your control. Other people, timing, circumstances that shift without warning. And trying to manage all of this creates constant pressure,
because the mind is holding on to something it cannot fully carry.
There is a quiet shift that changes everything. Instead of asking, how do I control this outcome?
The mind begins to ask, what part of this is actually mine?
And often, the answer is smaller than expected.
A choice,
An action, a response.
not the entire result.
Not the full outcome. Just your part, and when that part is done, there is nothing left to hold. This is where acceptance begins,
Not as giving up.
but as recognizing the limit of influence. There is also a deeper understanding that comes with this. Trying to control what is outside your reach does not improve outcomes. It increases stress. It creates a constant need to monitor, to adjust, to worry about things that cannot be fully managed.
And this drains energy.
Energy that could be used for what is actually within control. Acceptance redirects that energy. It brings focus back to what can be done, and releases what cannot.
This creates immediate relief.
Because the mind is no longer stretched across multiple directions. It is grounded, clear, focused only on what is real. There is also a quiet strength in accepting limits,
Not as weakness.
but as precision, knowing exactly where your responsibility begins and where it ends. This reduces unnecessary pressure, because the mind is no longer trying to carry everything.
It is carrying only what belongs to it.
There is also a sense of trust that develops here,
Not blind trust.
but realistic trust. An understanding that life unfolds through many factors,
Not just your control.
and that outcomes are shaped by more than just effort. This removes the need to constantly interfere, to constantly adjust what is already moving on its own, because it becomes clear
That not everything needs your control in order to unfold.
over time. This changes how situations are experienced. Less tense,
Less forced.
more open.
Because the mind is no longer resisting what it cannot change.
It is allowing it, working with it, instead of against it. There is also a calm that comes from this, a steadiness that does not depend on everything going perfectly. Because the mind is no longer attached to controlling every outcome, it is grounded in effort, not result. And from that place, stress begins to fade.
Because the weight of trying to manage everything is no longer there.
Only what can be done, and what can be released. And as this clarity deepens, another pattern begins to reveal itself, because sometimes the stress is not in what you try to control. It is in how closely you identify with what you feel, as if every emotion defines who you are. And as the mind begins to accept its limits, as it stops trying to control everything that unfolds, another subtle pattern starts to reveal itself, not about what you can or cannot control, but about how closely you attach yourself to what you feel. Because even when the outside world becomes calmer, something still happens inside.
A feeling rises, and almost instantly, it becomes personal. Not just I feel anxious.
But I am anxious. Not just this moment feels heavy, but something is wrong with me. This is the trap of emotional overidentification, where a temporary feeling becomes a permanent identity, where a passing state becomes something that defines who you are. And once that shift happens, the weight increases. Because the feeling is no longer just an experience, it becomes something that needs to be fixed at a deeper level.
Something that feels tied to your sense of self.
The Stoics understood that emotions are natural. They rise, they fall, they move through the mind and body, but they are not who you are.
They are responses, not definitions.
And when this distinction is lost, stress begins to grow.
Because every difficult feeling becomes something personal, something that reflects on you, instead of something that simply passes through you. There is a subtle but powerful difference here.
A feeling says, something is being experienced.
An identity says, this is who I am. And identity is heavier, because it does not move as easily. It holds on. It creates patterns. It builds stories around itself.
I am always like this. This is just how I am.
And these thoughts make the feeling stay longer, because it is no longer seen as temporary. It is seen as part of you. There is also a deeper reason why this happens. The mind seeks stability. It tries to define things clearly. So when a strong emotion appears, it labels it.
It gives it a place.
But in doing so, it makes it more fixed than it actually is.
This is where separation becomes important.
Not separation from the feeling, but separation from identifying with it. A simple shift in language changes everything. I feel anxious instead of I am anxious.
One describes a moment, the other describes an identity.
And identity carries more weight. When the feeling is seen as something temporary, it becomes easier to allow, easier to observe, easier to let pass.
Because it is not tied to who you are.
It is just something moving through you. There is also a shift in how emotions are experienced. Instead of reacting to them immediately, the mind observes them. This is frustration. This is discomfort. Not as something that needs to be acted on, but as something that can be noticed.
This creates distance.
And in that distance, the intensity reduces.
Because the mind is no longer fully inside the emotion.
It is aware of it, without being consumed by it.
There is also a deeper calm that comes from this.
Because the mind is no longer trying to fix itself every time a feeling appears. It understands that feelings change, that they are not permanent, that they do not define who you are. This reduces a large part of emotional stress, because the pressure to constantly feel a certain way disappears.
There is no longer a need to always feel calm.
Or always feel in control,
There is space for all experiences.
without turning them into something personal. Over time, this creates stability,
Not because emotions disappear,
but because they no longer control the sense of self. They come, they go, and the awareness remains steady.
there is also a quiet confidence that grows from this.
A sense that you are not your thoughts, not your feelings, not your reactions, but the one who observes them.
And that observer does not change as quickly as the experiences it sees.
It remains constant, and from that place there is less fear, less urgency, less need to control every internal state.
Because you are no longer defined by what you feel in a given moment. You are simply experiencing it.
And that changes everything.
And as this separation becomes clearer, another pattern begins to reveal itself, because sometimes the stress is not in what you feel. It is in the need to explain yourself, even when it is not necessary. And as the grip of identifying with every emotion begins to loosen, another quiet tension starts to reveal itself. Not from what you feel, but from how you believe it must be seen. Because even when you understand yourself, the mind still reaches outward. It still wants to be understood. There is a subtle pressure that follows many interactions, a need to explain, to clarify, to make sure others see things the way you see them.
And when that understanding is not immediate, discomfort appears. They don't get me. They misunderstood what I meant. I need to explain this better. This is the fear of being misunderstood.
It does not come from actual harm, but from the discomfort of not being seen clearly by others. And that discomfort creates a constant need to adjust, to add more words, to correct perceptions, to make sure nothing is left open to interpretation. But this creates pressure, because understanding is not something you can fully control. No matter how clearly you speak, people hear through their own perspective, their own experiences,
Their own internal filters.
and those filters are different from yours. The Stoics understood that trying to control how others perceive you is a form of unnecessary burden, not because communication does not matter,
But because it has limits.
You can express yourself honestly.
You can speak with clarity, but you cannot guarantee how it will be received. And when the mind tries to guarantee that, stress begins.
Because it starts to carry something beyond its reach.
It replays conversations,
Analyzes what was said. Searches for better ways to have explained things.
as if one more adjustment will finally create perfect understanding. But perfect understanding rarely exists. There will always be gaps, always differences in interpretation. And trying to close all of those gaps is exhausting. There is a quiet shift that changes this pattern.
Instead of asking, did they understand me perfectly?
The mind begins to ask, did I express myself honestly and clearly? And if the answer is yes,
Then the responsibility ends there.
this brings relief, because the focus returns to what is within control. Your words, your intention, not the interpretation that follows. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Not everyone needs to fully understand you.
Not every situation requires complete alignment.
Some misunderstandings are temporary. Some are insignificant.
And some do not need to be corrected at all.
Allowing this reduces unnecessary effort, because the mind is no longer trying to fix every perception. It becomes more selective, choosing when explanation is needed and when it is not. There is also a quiet strength in being comfortable with being misunderstood at times.
Not as rejection, but as a natural part of interaction.
Because being understood by everyone is not a realistic standard, and holding on to that standard creates constant pressure. Letting go of it creates space. Space to speak naturally, without over-adjusting, without over-explaining, without constantly checking how it is being received. This makes communication lighter, more direct, more grounded in truth instead of in managing perception. There is also a shift in how silence is experienced.
Not every pause needs to be filled.
Not every misunderstanding needs immediate correction. Some things can remain as they are, without being resolved fully, and in that space, tension reduces, because the mind is no longer trying to control every interaction. It is simply participating in it. There is also a deeper calm that comes from trusting that the right people will understand enough.
Not perfectly,
but sufficiently, and that is enough. Because connection does not require complete alignment. It requires presence, and presence does not need constant explanation. Over time, this reduces a large part of social anxiety, because the mind is no longer trying to manage how it is seen in every moment.
it becomes more relaxed,
More natural,
more steady in how it expresses itself.
and from that steadiness, interactions become easier, less pressured, because they are no longer built around the need to be fully understood. They are built around being real.
And that is enough.
And as this need to explain begins to fade, another pattern begins to reveal itself.
Because sometimes the stress is not in how others see you.
It is in how much resistance the mind creates against what is already happening. And as the need to be understood begins to loosen, another quiet tension starts to reveal itself. Not from others this time, but from the moment itself. Because even when nothing needs to be explained, the mind still does something subtle. It resists. A situation unfolds, and almost instantly there is a push against it.
This shouldn't be happening. I don't like this. This needs to change.
The moment is already here, but the mind is somewhere else, trying to replace it, trying to reshape it, trying to fight what has already happened.
This is the habit of mental resistance. It does not come from the event, but from the refusal to accept it as it is.
And that refusal creates a second layer of suffering, because now there are two things happening at once: the situation itself and the fight against it. The Stoics understood that pain is often unavoidable, but suffering is often created by resistance. Not because the situation is easy, but because fighting it does not change it. It only adds pressure. There is a subtle misunderstanding here,
Acceptance is often confused with giving up.
but they are not the same. Acceptance is seeing clearly what is already here. Giving up is refusing to act at all.
Acceptance happens first.
Action can follow. But without acceptance, action becomes reactive, forced, driven by frustration instead of clarity.
This is where resistance creates unnecessary stress.
Because the mind is not only dealing with what is happening,
It is also trying to undo it at the same time.
A delay occurs, and instead of adjusting, the mind fights it.
a mistake happens, and instead of learning, the mind resists it. A feeling appears, and instead of allowing it, the mind tries to push it away. And each time this happens, tension increases, because resistance requires energy. It keeps the mind active, engaged in something it cannot immediately change. There is a quiet shift that breaks this pattern. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening?" the mind begins to say, "This is what is happening."
No judgment,
No added meaning,
just recognition. This does not remove the situation.
but it removes the fight against it. And when the fight stops, something begins to soften. The body relaxes. The mind becomes clearer.
Because energy is no longer being spent on resisting what already exists.
There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Reality does not need to match your expectations to be handled,
It only needs to be seen clearly.
because once it is seen, response becomes possible. But while it is being resisted, clarity is lost.
And without clarity, actions become ineffective.
Driven by frustration, not awareness.
This is why acceptance is powerful, not because it changes reality, but because it changes how you engage with it. It creates space between the situation and your reaction to it, and in that space, better choices become available.
There is also a reduction in emotional intensity.
Because resistance often amplifies feelings, a small frustration becomes larger because it is being pushed against.
A minor inconvenience becomes stressful because it is being rejected.
But when resistance drops, the intensity reduces.
Because the feeling is no longer being held in place, it is allowed to move, to pass, without being reinforced. Over time, this creates a different experience of difficult moments. They are still there, but they are lighter, less overwhelming, because they are not being fought on two levels.
Only experienced on one.
There is also a quiet strength in this, a steadiness that comes from not needing reality to be different in order to remain calm.
Because calm is no longer dependent on conditions. It is grounded in acceptance.
And from that place, action becomes clearer,
More direct, more effective, because it is not clouded by resistance. It is guided by understanding. Over time, this reduces a large part of daily stress, because many struggles are not from what happens, but from the refusal to allow it to be as it is. Letting go of that refusal changes everything. It removes unnecessary pressure. It frees up energy.
It brings the mind back to what can actually be done. And that is where real change begins.
Not in fighting reality, but in working with it. And as this acceptance becomes more natural, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the stress is not in resisting what is happening.
It is in how quickly the mind assigns meaning to obstacles, instead of seeing them clearly.
And as resistance begins to fade, as the mind stops fighting what is already here, another shift quietly becomes possible. Not in changing the situation, but in changing how it is seen. Because even when something is accepted, it can still feel heavy. Not because of what it is, but because of what it is believed to mean. A problem appears, and the mind labels it immediately.
This is bad. This shouldn't have happened. This is a setback.
And with that label, the weight returns. This is where another layer of stress begins. Not from the obstacle itself, but from the meaning attached to it. The Stoics practiced something different. They did not try to remove obstacles. They changed how they saw them.
This is the art of reframing.
Not turning everything into something positive, but removing the unnecessary negativity that makes it heavier than it needs to be. An obstacle is not automatically a problem.
It is an event,
A situation.
something that exists, without meaning until it is assigned.
But the mind rarely leaves it neutral. It rushes to define it.
And once defined, the emotional response follows.
There is a quiet shift that changes this. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?"
The mind begins to ask, what is this, really? Not emotionally,
but clearly, stripped of judgment, stripped of assumptions, just the situation itself. And often, it is simpler than it first appeared.
a delay becomes extra time.
A mistake becomes feedback. A challenge becomes a point of adjustment. Not because the situation has changed,
But because the meaning has been loosened.
this reduces intensity immediately. because the obstacle is no longer seen as something against you.
It is something in front of you.
Something to work with, not something to fight.
There is also a deeper layer to reframing. It creates flexibility.
When the mind is fixed on one interpretation, it becomes rigid.
It reacts strongly because it believes the situation is only one thing.
But when that interpretation is opened, other possibilities appear.
Not forced positivity, but alternative views that are just as real. And with those alternatives, the emotional response softens.
Because the situation is no longer locked into a single negative meaning.
There is also a shift in how obstacles are approached. Instead of being avoided, they are examined. What can be adjusted here? What can be learned from this? Not as a motivational idea, but as a practical approach. Because every obstacle contains information about timing,
About direction.
About what works and what does not.
and when that information is seen, the obstacle becomes useful, not pleasant, but valuable. This removes a large part of the stress. Because the situation is no longer seen as wasted, it becomes part of the process, something that contributes, instead of something that blocks.
There is also a quiet resilience that grows from this.
Because the mind is no longer easily disturbed by change.
It adapts, it adjusts, it looks for what is still possible, instead of focusing only on what did not happen.
Over time, this changes how challenges feel.
Less threatening, less overwhelming, because they are no longer seen as something that must be avoided. They are part of the path. And when they are seen that way, the mind becomes steadier, more capable of moving through them without losing balance. There is also a deeper calm in knowing that meaning is not fixed, that what seems negative now may not remain that way.
That interpretation can change as understanding grows, and that you are not locked into the first way you see something.
This creates freedom. Freedom from immediate emotional reactions. Freedom from fixed perspectives. Freedom from turning every obstacle into something heavy. Because the mind is no longer reacting to the event. It is choosing how to see it. And that choice changes everything. And as this ability to reframe becomes stronger, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the stress is not in how you see obstacles. It is in how much value is placed on how others validate you. And as the mind learns to reframe obstacles, to see them with less weight and more clarity, another quiet pattern begins to reveal itself. Not about what is happening, but about how it is received. Because even when something is done well, even when effort is clear, there is still a subtle question that appears. Was that good enough to them?
There is a pull that moves attention outward.
A need to be seen, to be approved, to be validated. And when that approval is present, there is relief. But when it is not, something feels missing.
This is the illusion of external validation.
It creates the belief that worth comes from how others respond, not from what is done, but from how it is recognized.
And over time, this belief becomes a quiet dependency.
Actions are no longer just actions. They become performances, measured by reactions,
Judged by responses.
validated by feedback. And when that feedback is uncertain or absent, the mind becomes restless. Did they like it? Did I come across the right way? Was that enough?
This creates a constant background tension.
Because validation is not something you can control.
It depends on others.
Their mood,
Their perspective?
their own internal world. And those things are always shifting. The Stoics understood that placing your sense of worth in something so unstable creates constant anxiety, because it turns your value into something external. something that can rise or fall based on factors outside your control.
There is also a deeper problem with this pattern.
It disconnects you from your own judgment, because instead of asking, was this done with clarity, with effort, with intention, the mind asks, how was this received? And that shift changes everything, because your internal standard becomes secondary and external response becomes primary. This creates inconsistency, because external response is not stable.
What is praised one day may be ignored the next.
What is appreciated by one person may be dismissed by another. And when worth is tied to that, it becomes unstable as well. There is a quiet shift that changes this completely.
Instead of looking outward for validation, the mind returns inward.
Not in isolation, but in grounding. Did I act with intention?
Did I do what I could with clarity?
If the answer is yes, then the action is complete. The need for external confirmation fades. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here.
Approval is not a reliable measure of value.
It is a reaction, and reactions vary.
They depend on factors that have nothing to do with what you did.
So using them as a measure creates distortion,
because you are evaluating yourself through something inconsistent. Letting go of this dependence creates stability.
Because your sense of worth is no longer fluctuating based on feedback. It becomes steady,
Grounded in what you control,
your effort, your intention,
your awareness. There is also a quiet freedom in this. Actions become more natural,
less forced, because they are no longer shaped by the need to be approved. They are shaped by what feels true, aligned, clear. This removes a large part of social pressure, because the mind is no longer constantly checking how it is being received. It is simply acting and allowing the response to be whatever it is. Over time, this changes how interactions feel,
less tense,
less calculated, more genuine,
because the need to be validated is no longer driving behavior.
There is also a deeper calm that comes from this independence, a sense that you do not need constant confirmation to know your value, that you can remain steady, even when there is no feedback, even when there is no recognition, because your worth is not something that needs to be proven repeatedly. It is something that is already present. And when this is understood, the need to chase approval begins to fade, because it is no longer seen as necessary.
It becomes optional,
something that may come or may not, without changing how you see yourself.
And as this independence grows, another pattern begins to reveal itself.
Because sometimes the stress is not in seeking approval.
It is in worrying about who you will become, instead of being present with who you are now.
And as the need for approval begins to loosen, as your sense of worth becomes less dependent on how others respond, another quiet tension begins to surface, not about how you are seen, but about who you are becoming. Because even when the present feels steady, the mind still looks ahead, not to plan, but to define, to predict who you will be, to measure whether you are becoming the right version of yourself.
There is a subtle pressure that builds around identity.
Am I on the right path? Am I becoming who I'm supposed to be? What if I don't turn into something better?
These thoughts feel important.
They feel like growth, but when they become constant, they create anxiety. This is the anxiety of future identity. It does not come from what you are now, but from the image of what you think you should become. And the gap between those two creates pressure, because the mind begins to measure everything against that future version. Every action, every decision,
every moment.
Is this moving me closer or further away? And when the answer is unclear, discomfort appears, a sense that something is off, even when nothing is actually wrong. The Stoics understood that identity is not something that needs to be fixed in advance. It is something that is shaped, moment by moment, through action,
Not through constant evaluation,
not through endless projection.
but through presence.
There is also a deeper problem with trying to define your future self too clearly,
It creates rigidity.
because once an image is formed, the mind tries to live up to it, to match it.
To avoid anything that does not fit.
But life does not unfold in a straight line.
Growth is not predictable. It shifts, it changes direction, it reveals new paths that were not visible before. And when the mind is fixed on a single version of who you should become, it resists these changes.
This creates tension.
Because reality begins to move differently than the image in your mind. And instead of adjusting, the mind tries to correct itself, to force alignment with something that may no longer be accurate.
There is a quiet shift that changes this pattern.
Instead of asking, "Who will I become?" the mind returns to, "Who am I right now, in this moment?"
Not as a fixed identity,
But as a presence,
A set of actions.
a way of being.
And in that return, something begins to settle.
because the pressure to define the future disappears.
And the focus moves to what can actually be lived right now. There is also a deeper understanding that identity is not something you arrive at.
It is something you practice.
Through choices, through responses, through how you show up in each moment. And when attention stays there, the need to constantly evaluate who you are becoming fades, because it is already happening, without needing to be measured. There is also a quiet freedom in allowing your future self to remain undefined. Not as uncertainty,
But as openness.
a space where change is allowed, where growth is not restricted by a fixed image, where you are not limited to a single direction.
This reduces anxiety, because the mind is no longer trying to control what you will become.
It is simply living and allowing that process to unfold. There is also a sense of trust that develops here,
Not in a specific outcome.
but in your ability to adapt, to respond.
To grow through experience, not through prediction.
This removes the need to constantly check if you are on the right path, because the path is not something that is judged from the outside.
It is something that is walked.
And as long as you are present, aware, and intentional, you are already moving. There is no behind. There is no fixed version you must reach, only a process that continues. And when this is understood, something begins to relax.
The pressure to become something specific fades.
The anxiety about the future softens, because the focus is no longer on what you might be. It is on what you are, right now.
And that is where all real change begins.
And as this presence becomes stronger, another pattern begins to reveal itself.
Because sometimes the stress is not in who you will become.
It is in how intensely you feel and how much meaning you attach to that intensity. And as the pressure to become someone specific begins to fade, as the mind settles into who you are right now, another quiet pattern begins to reveal itself. Not about who you are, but about how deeply you amplify what you feel.
Because even when you are present, even when you are aware, emotions still arise.
But the intensity of those emotions is not always from the feeling itself. It often comes from what is added to it.
There is a moment when a simple feeling appears.
A small frustration, a brief discomfort, a passing sadness, and on its own, it is manageable. But the mind does something quickly. It builds on it. This is really bad. Why is this happening again? This always affects me so much. And just like that, the feeling grows, not because it changed, but because it was expanded.
This is where another layer of stress begins.
Not from the emotion itself, but from the exaggeration around it. The Stoics practiced something different. They did not deny emotions. They felt them.
But they did not amplify them.
This is the discipline of emotional minimalism.
Allowing a feeling to exist without adding extra weight to it.
A feeling is just a signal.
A response, something that moves through the body and mind. But when the mind begins to interpret it, label it, repeat it, it becomes something larger than it needs to be.
There is a subtle habit here.
Turning a moment into a pattern, a single experience into something ongoing, a small discomfort into something significant. And this habit creates intensity, because the mind is not just feeling.
It is reinforcing.
Each thought adds another layer.
Each repetition makes it stronger, until the feeling feels overwhelming.
But the original emotion was much smaller.
There is a quiet shift that changes this. Instead of asking, why is this so strong?
The mind begins to observe. What am I adding to this?
Not the feeling itself, but the thoughts around it, the interpretations, the repetition.
And when those are reduced, something happens.
The emotion returns to its natural size, smaller, more manageable, easier to let pass. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Emotions are temporary by nature. They rise, they peak, and they fall.
But when they are exaggerated,
they stay longer because they are being fed.
With attention,
with meaning, with repetition. Emotional minimalism removes that extra fuel.
It allows the feeling to exist.
Without turning it into something larger. This does not mean suppressing emotion. It means feeling it cleanly, without commentary,
without adding layers of thought.
Just the sensation itself.
And when that happens, the experience changes.
The emotion moves faster.
It does not stay as long. It does not grow beyond its natural limit. There is also a physical calm that comes from this. Because the body is not reacting to an amplified version of the feeling,
it is responding to what is actually there.
And that is often much less intense. This creates space. Space to breathe.
Space to observe.
Space to remain steady. Even when something uncomfortable is present. Over time, this changes how emotions are experienced. They become lighter, less overwhelming, because they are no longer being expanded beyond their natural form. They are allowed to move without being held. There is also a quiet clarity that grows from this, because when emotions are not exaggerated, they become easier to understand, easier to respond to, without confusion, without overwhelm, just clear signals that pass through. And with that clarity, something begins to settle. The mind becomes less reactive, less intense, more balanced.
Because it is no longer turning every feeling into something bigger than it is. It is simply experiencing and allowing.
And as this discipline becomes stronger, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Because sometimes the stress is not in how you feel. It is in the pressure of time and the belief that everything must happen within a certain window. And as emotions begin to feel lighter, as the mind stops turning every feeling into something bigger than it is, another quiet pressure starts to reveal itself. Not from what you feel, but from when you believe things should happen. Because even when the present is calm, there is still a clock running in the background.
Not a real one,
but one created by the mind.
A timeline that quietly measures your life.
By now, this should have happened. I should be further ahead. This is taking too long.
Nothing external is demanding this. No one is setting these deadlines. but they feel real, and they create pressure.
This is the weight of internal deadlines.
Timelines that are imagined but treated as fixed. They come from comparison,
From expectations.
from ideas about how life is supposed to unfold. And once they are formed, the mind begins to measure everything against them. Progress feels slow, even when it is steady.
Growth feels insufficient, even when it is real.
Because it is being compared to a schedule that was never guaranteed. The Stoics understood that time does not follow personal expectations. Life unfolds in its own rhythm, not in the exact order or pace that the mind prefers. And when the mind tries to force that pace, stress begins. Because reality rarely matches imagined timelines. There are delays, changes, unexpected shifts, and when these happen, the internal deadline does not adjust,
It stays fixed.
and that creates tension, a feeling of being behind, even when there is no true standard.
This is where a large part of daily anxiety comes from.
Not from lack of progress, but from the belief that progress is not happening fast enough. There is a quiet shift that changes this completely. Instead of asking, "Am I on time?" the mind begins to ask, "Am I moving?" Not comparing speed, not measuring against others, just noticing direction. And in most cases, movement is already happening.
Learning.
Adjusting.
Growing in ways that are not always visible.
But internal deadlines ignore this. They focus only on visible outcomes, milestones, results. External markers that may not reflect the full process.
Letting go of these timelines creates immediate relief.
Because the pressure to match a specific pace disappears. The mind is no longer rushing to catch up to something that was never real. It returns to what is actually happening, step by step, moment by moment. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Every path is different. Every timeline is shaped by unique conditions,
Comparing them creates distortion.
because it ignores those differences. And internal deadlines are often built on those comparisons, on what others have done, on what seems normal.
On what feels expected.
But none of those are fixed rules.
They are observations, not requirements. Releasing them creates freedom. Because progress is no longer judged by an external clock, it is experienced as it unfolds. There is also a shift in how time is felt. When internal deadlines are present, time feels tight, limited, rushed. But when they are removed, time opens up. It becomes more spacious,
Less pressured.
because there is no constant measurement, no constant need to be somewhere else. Over time, this changes how life is experienced. Less urgency, less comparison, more presence, because the mind is no longer trying to match an imagined schedule.
It is simply moving forward.
At its own pace.
There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this, a sense that you are not behind, that there is no fixed timeline you must follow, that your path is not late, it is unfolding. And when this is understood, something begins to settle deeply. The pressure fades, the urgency softens.
Because the need to meet an invisible deadline is no longer there.
Only what is here, and what can be done with it. And that is enough. And as the pressure of internal deadlines begins to fade, as time starts to feel less tight and more open, another quiet pattern begins to reveal itself. Not about when things happen, but about how often the mind returns to the same thought. Because even when there is nothing urgent, nothing demanding attention, the mind still repeats. A single thought appears, small, almost harmless, and then it comes back, again and again, until it no longer feels small, This is the habit of thought amplification. It does not require a big problem. It only requires repetition, because the more a thought is repeated, the stronger it feels. Not because it is more true, but because it is more familiar. There is a quiet mechanism behind this. The mind treats repeated thoughts as important. If something keeps appearing, it must matter. It must need attention. So it is followed, examined, turned over from different angles.
But this attention does not resolve it.
It strengthens it.
Each time the thought is revisited, it becomes more defined.
More detailed, more convincing. And over time it begins to feel real, not just a passing idea, but something solid, something that demands concern. The Stoics understood that the mind can create its own disturbances through repetition. A single impression is light,
But when it is held, repeated, reinforced,
it becomes heavy. This is how anxiety grows,
not always from new thoughts.
but from the same thought, revisited repeatedly. There is also a pattern in how this happens.
The mind does not repeat everything.
It repeats what feels unresolved, what feels uncertain. What carries emotional weight?
And each repetition is an attempt to solve it.
To understand it fully, to reach a conclusion that brings relief. But often, that conclusion never arrives, because the thought is not being solved.
It is being recycled.
And recycling creates intensity, not clarity. There is a quiet shift that breaks this pattern. Instead of asking, why does this keep coming back?
The mind begins to notice, I am returning to this.
This changes the perspective, because the thought is no longer seen as something happening to you. It is something being revisited.
And once that is seen, there is a choice.
Not to force it away,
But to stop feeding it.
a thought appears, and instead of following it, it is left alone. No expansion, no analysis, no repetition. At first, this feels uncomfortable, because the mind is used to engaging.
Used to completing the loop.
But when the loop is not continued, something happens. The thought loses strength,
Not immediately.
but gradually, because without repetition, it cannot grow. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Thoughts do not need to be resolved to disappear. Many fade simply because they are not engaged with, not because they were answered perfectly, but because they were not repeated. This reduces anxiety at its source, because anxiety is often not a single thought. It is a thought that has been amplified
Through attention.
through repetition, through constant return.
Removing that repetition weakens the entire pattern.
There is also a physical shift that comes with this. When the mind stops looping, the body begins to settle. Because it is no longer reacting to the same signal repeatedly.
The tension reduces.
The breath becomes more natural. The system calms down, because the input has changed. Over time, this creates a quieter mental environment,
Not empty.
But less crowded.
because thoughts are no longer being held and repeated unnecessarily. They come and they go.
Without being turned into something larger.
There is also a sense of control that grows from this, not over what appears,
But over what is sustained.
because the mind is no longer automatically reinforcing every thought. It becomes selective, intentional, and with that intention, anxiety begins to lose its foundation. Because it no longer has repetition to support it, it becomes lighter, less convincing.
Easier to let pass.
And as this habit begins to dissolve, something deeper starts to emerge. A quieter mind, a steadier presence, less pulled by repetition.
More grounded in what is real.
And from that place, stress continues to fade. And as the noise of repeated thoughts begins to quiet, as the mind stops feeding the same patterns again and again, Another deeper fear begins to surface, not from the thoughts themselves, but from what happens when those thoughts are no longer controlling everything.
Because underneath all the thinking, all the planning, all the analyzing,
there is a simple fear, losing control, not knowing what will happen next, not being able to predict outcomes, not being able to hold everything together the way the mind wants. And when that possibility appears, tension rises. What if things go wrong? What if I can't handle it? What if everything becomes uncertain? This is the fear of losing control. It does not come from what is happening, but from what might happen if control is no longer maintained. And because of that, the mind tries to stay ahead, to plan more, to think more, to anticipate every possible outcome.
not because it brings peace,
but because it creates the feeling of control, even if that control is not real. The Stoics understood something most people resist. Control is limited. Not everything can be predicted. Not everything can be secured. And trying to make life completely predictable creates constant stress, because life does not move that way. It shifts, it changes, it unfolds in ways that cannot always be managed in advance. And when the mind tries to force stability onto something that is naturally unpredictable, it becomes tense, always preparing,
always guarding,
always trying to stay ahead of something that cannot be fully known. This creates a quiet exhaustion, because the effort never ends. There is always another possibility, another outcome, another scenario to consider,
and none of them can be fully controlled.
There is a quiet shift that changes this completely. Instead of asking, how do I control everything?
The mind begins to ask, what happens if I allow things to unfold and respond as they come? This is not passivity.
It is flexibility, a different kind of strength, because instead of trying to control every outcome, you trust your ability to handle what arrives.
There is also a deeper understanding that develops here.
Control often feels like safety,
but it is not the only form of safety.
Adaptability is another. The ability to respond, to adjust, to remain steady even when things change. And this form of safety is more reliable, because it does not depend on predicting everything in advance.
It depends on your presence, in the moment.
When this shift happens, something begins to loosen. The need to constantly plan ahead reduces. The need to anticipate every outcome fades.
Because you are no longer relying on control to feel secure.
You are relying on your ability to respond. There is also a reduction in anxiety.
Because uncertainty is no longer treated as a threat.
It becomes part of the process, something that exists without needing to be eliminated.
This does not mean you stop preparing.
It means you stop over-preparing. You act where action is needed, and you allow what cannot be predicted to unfold,
without constant resistance.
Over time, this creates a different experience of life, less rigid, less tense, more open. Because the mind is no longer trying to control every variable, it is moving with life instead of against it.
There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this, not from knowing exactly what will happen,
but from knowing you can handle what does, and that confidence is steady, because it does not depend on certainty. It exists even in uncertainty, and when that confidence is present, the fear of losing control begins to fade, because control is no longer seen as something that must be held tightly.
It becomes something that can be released
without losing stability. And as this release becomes more natural, another pattern begins to reveal itself, because sometimes the stress is not in unpredictability itself.
It is in the constant need to mentally prepare for everything, even when nothing is happening.
And as the fear of losing control begins to loosen, as unpredictability starts to feel less like a threat and more like a part of life, another quiet resistance begins to show itself, not in what happens, but in how strongly the mind reacts to it. Because even when you understand that you cannot control everything, there is still a part of you that says, I don't like this.
A situation unfolds.
It is already real, already happening, and the mind accepts it on the surface, but rejects it underneath.
This shouldn't be this way. I don't agree with this. I can't accept this.
And in that subtle rejection, tension returns.
This is where many people get stuck. They believe acceptance means approval, that to accept something is to agree with it, to like it, to be okay with it. But the Stoics saw this differently. Acceptance is not agreement.
It is recognition.
A clear seeing of what is already true, without adding resistance to it. You do not have to like what is happening. You do not have to agree with it.
You only need to see it clearly.
Because until it is seen clearly, it cannot be dealt with effectively. There is a subtle difference here that changes everything. Agreement says, this is good. Acceptance says, this is here. One adds judgment, the other removes it.
And when judgment is removed, the emotional weight reduces.
Because the mind is no longer fighting reality on two levels. It is not saying, this is happening, and it shouldn't be. It is simply saying, this is happening. That shift creates space. Space to respond instead of react. Space to think clearly instead of emotionally.
Space to act with intention instead of resistance.
There is also a deeper reason why this matters.
When you resist what is already real, you lose clarity.
Because part of your energy is being spent trying to deny it, trying to push it away,
trying to replace it with something else.
But reality does not change because it is resisted. It only becomes harder to deal with.
Acceptance removes that extra layer.
It brings your full attention to what is actually happening. And from that place, action becomes more effective. There is also a quiet strength in accepting without agreeing, because it allows you to remain steady, even in situations you do not like.
You are not forced into approval.
You are not forced into passivity.
You are simply grounded in what is real.
And from that ground, you can choose what to do next. There is also a reduction in emotional intensity, because resistance often amplifies what is already difficult.
A situation becomes heavier, not because of what it is,
but because of the constant rejection around it. When that rejection is removed, the situation remains, but the added weight disappears. Over time, this creates a different way of moving through life, less reactive, less tense, more stable.
Because you are no longer trying to make reality match your preferences before you engage with it.
You are meeting it as it is, and then deciding how to respond. There is also a deeper clarity that comes from this.
Because when you stop arguing with what is already true,
you begin to see it more accurately, and accurate perception leads to better decisions, better responses, better outcomes, even in difficult situations. This is not about liking everything that happens.
It is about removing the unnecessary struggle that comes from resisting it.
Because that struggle does not improve the situation. It only adds to it. Acceptance clears that away.
it brings you back to what matters.
What can be done? What can be adjusted? What can be influenced?
And what must be allowed?
And when that clarity becomes part of how you move, something begins to settle deeply.
The constant inner resistance fades. The pressure to make everything feel right disappears.
Because you are no longer depending on agreement to remain steady.
You are grounded in acceptance.
And from that place, stress continues to dissolve. And as acceptance becomes more natural, as the mind stops arguing with what is already here, another quiet layer begins to surface, not from what is happening, but from what has been pushed aside.
Because even when you accept the present, there are still feelings from the past that were never fully allowed.
Moments that were too uncomfortable, reactions that were held back, emotions that were silenced, not resolved. And instead of disappearing, they stay, quiet, stored beneath the surface. This is the burden of unprocessed emotions.
It does not come from what you feel now, but from what you did not allow yourself to feel before.
There is a habit that forms early, to stay strong, to move on quickly, to not dwell on things, and on the surface, it looks like resilience. But underneath, something remains unfinished, a feeling that was never fully experienced, never fully expressed.
Never fully released.
And because of that, it does not leave.
It lingers, not always as a clear emotion, but as tension, as restlessness, as a subtle weight that appears without a clear reason. The Stoics did not teach suppression.
They taught awareness.
They understood that emotions are part of the human experience, not something to be avoided.
But when emotions are resisted,
When they are pushed down instead of allowed, they do not disappear. They become internal pressure, and that pressure builds over time. It shows up in unexpected ways.
irritation without cause, fatigue without explanation.
Anxiety that feels disconnected from the present moment.
But it is not disconnected.
It is connected to what was never processed.
There is a quiet shift that begins to release this burden. Instead of asking, how do I get rid of this feeling? The mind begins to allow it, not analyze it,
Not judge it.
just feel it, fully.
Without interruption.
At first, this feels unfamiliar, because the habit has always been to move away from discomfort, to distract, to avoid. But when the feeling is allowed, something begins to change. It moves, it unfolds, it releases in ways that cannot happen when it is suppressed. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Emotions need space, not control.
They are not problems to be solved.
They are experiences to be processed. And processing does not happen through thinking,
It happens through feeling.
through allowing the sensation to exist without trying to change it. There is also a physical element to this. Emotions live in the body.
Tension in the chest.
Tightness in the throat, restlessness in the stomach, and when these sensations are ignored, they stay. But when attention is brought to them,
Without resistance.
they begin to shift, because they are finally being acknowledged.
Over time, this creates release, not forced.
But natural.
Because the emotion has completed its cycle, it has been felt.
And allowed to pass.
There is also a reduction in future stress, because the mind is no longer carrying old emotional weight into new situations. It becomes lighter, clearer, less reactive, because there is less stored tension influencing the present moment. There is also a quiet strength in allowing emotions, not as weakness, but as honesty, a willingness to experience what is real without hiding from it.
And that honesty creates stability.
Because nothing is being held beneath the surface. Everything is being met directly. Over time, this changes how emotions are experienced. They become less overwhelming, less intimidating, because they are no longer being avoided. They are understood, allowed, and released.
There is also a deeper calm that comes from this.
A sense that nothing needs to be suppressed to maintain control.
That you can feel fully and still remain steady. That emotions do not take you away from yourself.
They move through you.
And when they are allowed to do that, the burden disappears. And in that release, something opens, a lighter mind,
a clearer body,
a deeper sense of ease, because nothing is being carried unnecessarily anymore. And as the weight of unprocessed emotions begins to lift, as the mind becomes more open to feeling instead of suppressing, another quiet habit starts to reveal itself, not about what you feel, but about how quickly you judge what you feel. Because even when emotions are allowed, the mind still watches, and it evaluates.
every reaction.
Every thought, every moment. I shouldn't feel this way. Why am I still thinking about this? I should be better than this by now.
And just like that, a second layer appears,
Not the feeling itself, but the judgment of the feeling. This is the anxiety of constant self-evaluation.
it turns every internal experience into something that must be measured, compared, improved.
And when it does not meet a certain standard, pressure begins. Because now, it is not enough to feel.
You must feel correctly.
The Stoics understood that judgment is often the source of disturbance, not the experience itself.
A feeling arises, and that is natural. But the moment the mind labels it as wrong,
It creates tension. Because now you are not just experiencing something,
you are resisting it, trying to change it, trying to become something else. This creates a constant sense of being evaluated, as if there is a version of you watching, correcting, criticizing, and that version never rests.
because there is always something to improve.
Always something that does not meet the standard. This is exhausting, because it turns the mind into a place of pressure, instead of a place of awareness. There is also a deeper pattern here.
The belief that you must always be improving,
Always moving forward.
Always becoming better. And while growth is natural, constant evaluation is not, because growth happens through experience, not through constant judgment.
there is a quiet shift that changes this pattern.
Instead of asking, is this right or wrong, the mind begins to observe, this is what is happening. No label, no correction, just awareness. A feeling appears,
And it is seen.
a thought arises, and it is noticed, without immediately trying to change it.
Without turning it into a problem.
This removes pressure, because the experience is no longer being measured against an ideal.
It is simply being experienced.
There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. You are not a project that needs constant fixing. You are a process that is unfolding, and processes do not need to be judged at every step. They need to be allowed to move, to change, to evolve naturally. There is also a shift in how mistakes are seen.
Instead of something that lowers your value,
They become part of the process,
not something to criticize.
but something to understand. This reduces fear.
Because the mind is no longer trying to avoid imperfection at all costs,
It becomes more open, more flexible.
more willing to experience without constant correction.
Over time, this creates a different internal environment, less critical,
Less tense.
more supportive. Because the mind is no longer acting as a judge. It becomes an observer,
And observation creates clarity.
not pressure.
There is also a quiet calm that comes from stepping away from constant evaluation.
Because the need to always be better, to always feel right,
To always think correctly.
Begins to fade.
and in its place, something softer appears. Acceptance, not forced, but natural. Because there is no longer a standard being applied to every moment.
Only awareness.
And awareness does not judge, it sees
Clearly.
without adding weight. And from that place, stress begins to dissolve even further, because the mind is no longer turning every experience into something that must be evaluated. It is simply living it. And as the weight of constant self-evaluation begins to fade, As the mind stops judging every thought and feeling, another quiet illusion begins to reveal itself. Not about how you are, but about when things should happen. Because even when the mind becomes calmer, it still hesitates. It still waits. Not because it cannot move, but because it believes there is a perfect moment to move. A right time.
A better time.
A moment where everything will feel clear, certain, aligned.
I'll start when I feel ready. I'll act when things are clearer. I'll decide when the timing is right.
And while this sounds reasonable, something else begins to happen. Time passes, and the mind remains in the same place. This is the illusion of perfect timing. It creates the belief that clarity must come before action, that certainty must exist before movement. But in reality, waiting often creates more stress than acting, because the mind stays active, thinking, revisiting, delaying, trying to reach a level of readiness that never fully arrives. The Stoics understood that time does not become perfect. It simply moves, and within that movement, action either happens or it does not. There is no special moment where everything aligns completely. There is only the present moment.
And what is done with it?
There is also a deeper pattern behind waiting. It is often not about timing. It is about avoiding discomfort,
Avoiding uncertainty.
avoiding the possibility of imperfection. So the mind creates a condition. I will act when I feel ready. But readiness is not something that appears suddenly. It is something that develops through action, through movement, through engagement. And when action is delayed, readiness is delayed with it. This creates a loop. Wait to feel ready, but never act. So readiness never arrives, and the waiting continues. This is where stress builds, not from doing, but from not doing, from staying in a state of anticipation.
Where nothing is resolved.
But everything is being thought about. There is a quiet shift that breaks this pattern. Instead of asking, is this the right time? The mind begins to ask, is this the next step I can take? Not perfect, not ideal, just possible.
This reduces pressure immediately, because action no longer depends on a perfect moment.
It depends on what can be done now. There is also a deeper understanding that develops here. Clarity does not come before action. It comes through action. Each step reveals something new. Each movement creates information, and that information builds clarity over time. But without action, that clarity remains hidden. There is also a shift in how uncertainty is experienced. Instead of waiting for it to disappear,
You move with it. You act alongside it.
and in doing so, it becomes less intimidating.
Because it is no longer something that blocks you.
It becomes something that exists, while you move forward anyway. Over time, this changes how decisions feel, less heavy, less delayed.
Because they are no longer dependent on perfect conditions.
They are grounded in movement, in progress.
In taking the next step, even when everything is not fully clear.
There is also a quiet confidence that grows from this, not from waiting for the right moment, but from realizing that you can act, even when the moment is imperfect.
And that action creates momentum.
Momentum reduces hesitation, momentum builds clarity, and clarity reduces stress. There is also a sense of relief in letting go of perfect timing, because the pressure to wait disappears. The need to align everything perfectly fades, and in its place, something simpler remains. Now, this moment, and what can be done within it. And that is enough.
There is a version of peace that does not come from fixing everything, but from finally understanding what never needed fixing in the first place. The urgency that was never real, the future that never arrived the way it was feared, the thoughts that grew only because they were repeated,
The emotions that felt heavy only because they were resisted. And slowly, step by step, something changed. Not the world,
But the way it was carried.
because stress was never just in what happened. It was in how the mind held it.
And now that grip is softer.
More aware, more steady. You no longer chase perfect timing. You no longer fight every feeling. You no longer try to control what was never yours to control. You see clearly, you respond calmly. You move forward without carrying everything at once. And in that, there is freedom, not loud, not dramatic, but quiet and lasting. If something in this guide shifted even a small part of how you see your thoughts, your stress, or your daily life, write in the comments, "I choose calm," not for anyone else, but as a signal to yourself. And if this kind of clarity is something you want to build deeper over time, subscribe to the channel and stay close to these reminders. Because peace is not something you find once. It is something you practice every single day.